Morning, my
Good
lady.
morning, Judge.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Morning,
Good morning.
my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Nelly, can you call the matter into the record?
Yes, Judge.
My
Proceed.
lady, if I may, before the witness is sworn in, there is an issue that I would like to converse with the
Can the
court,
matter be placed on record, please?
as it pleases my lady.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 9th of February 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, there's two issues that I would like to bring to the attention of this court, if the court is not already aware of them. The first issue is with regard to the raising of objections. Now, it is my understanding that when objections are being raised, a witness must be excused for the duration of that process. I don't know if excuse is the proper way to use. And
there's nothing wrong. We can do that. Some they were saying they don't have any problem. So I don't know about you. If you want us to do that, the witness can just be asked just to step aside and then we proceed. It's not a problem. If you want that, it's okay.
Yes. Now, the second issue relates to when objections have been raised, and it is basically a plea to all and sundry that let that be done in a respectful manner. Let this proceedings not degenerate into personal attacks on others, as was the case with the objections and the comments that were made by Advocate late yesterday. I take exception to those comments. I think they are patronizing, and I think they are disrespectful of me and my professionalism in how I conduct this matter. For Advocate late to state that I still have a lot to learn, not so much those words in isolation, but in the context of how he raised them, I found them very objectionable, my lady. And I would request that may we uphold the decorum of this court and may we respect each other as legal practitioners. Because then I do not feel that we should be attacking each other personally, but we should be attacking the issues. Now, raising objections is what is done in every proceedings. And there is nothing new about that. There is nothing new in that process. And for him to put it in a way that I expect is similar to the comments that he made on a previous occasion where he said, I want to be spoon-fed. And I take serious exception because I felt that this
Can I
needs
ask
to be raised.
Advocate late, do you want to respond? Can we ask the witness just to step aside for a while? But I don't think we're going to take long with this. If we can can the witness step aside just for us to discuss that? Yes, continue, Mr. Lead.
My lady, I'm not going to respond to any of this.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, that's fine. Mr. Pichela, I'm going to request that I cannot always be telling you people as to how you use your language. All of both sides, please just respect each other. I cannot every time, because some of these things I don't know. If an objection is raised, you must raise an issue. If you have got an issue with the person who's raising the objection, say it at that particular time so that we can deal with it. If there were things like that, alert the court so that we can deal with it at that particular time. If those things were raised, I just want to urge all of you, let's not object or do whatever to degenerate the proceedings. I don't know, but Mr. Pichela, can I ask you people to respect each other as we proceed with the proceedings? Thank you very much.
Yes, it pleases my lady.
Thank you. You may proceed. Where is the witness? Good morning, Dr. Linkwani.
Good morning, my lady.
Yes, you are reminded that you're still under oath. Advocate Pichela will proceed to ask you questions in cross-examination. Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Court pleases my lady. Dr. Linkwani, you...
Good morning, Mr. Advocate. Good morning, counsel.
Morning, Dr. Linkwani. My apologies for my lack of manners there. If we can just get back into the cross-examination. You were referred to a report compiled that is contained in page 582 and 5 to up to 589 by Advocate van Bergen in his cross-examination. Now, I don't want to deal with the content of that report. I think it has already been dealt with. What I want to establish from you is, was this report compiled by virtue of your delegation to this project?
Yes, my lady.
Thank you, Dr. Linkwani. Now, on page 356, you testified that you found patients in court beds and also that
Sorry, page?
Page 356. I believe that is your statement.
356, yes.
Yes.
And the paragraph
Yes.
is? Which paragraph?
Maled, I'm just trying to locate that statement in particular. However, the point that I'm trying to put forward to Dr. Linkwani was with regard to an incident that happened at Precious Angels. I think she remembers it, where she says that she found patients that were in court beds, adult patients who were put in court beds. I don't know if she still recalls that.
You can ask her.
Yes, my lady. I recall that.
And you also testified that the response that you got from Ms. Ngube was that she was expecting children and not adult patients. Is that correct?
You are breaking. I can't hear, my lady.
Is he breaking?
Yes, my lady.
Mr. Pichela?
I didn't get what I just heard.
Okay.
Ethel Ngube.
What he was saying is that you further say that Mr. Ngume's explanation to that was that she...
Miss Ngube, my lady.
Miss
yes.
Ngube.
Yes, Miss Ngube, when you
continue.
When you asked why are these adult mental health care users being housed in court beds, which are not suitable for them, the response that you got was that she was expecting children and not adult patients. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Now, did you accept this explanation at the time?
Did she accept the explanation?
Yes.
I don't understand your question. Can you put it in another context? Maybe I will answer that, my lady.
Okay, let me see if I can try to do that, Dr. Lungwane.
Okay.
You arrive at Precious Angels. You find, as you described, a chaotic situation where adult patients are being housed on cot beds. Now you ask the person running the institute, Ms. Ethan Ngube, why are these patients being housed on cot beds when they are adult patients? And she explains to you that the reason is because she received adult patients when she was expecting children. Now the question is, did you accept that explanation?
That's what she told me. I accepted that because she's the one who was telling me, my lady.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you,
proceed.
Dr. Lungwane. So
But what was
obviously you must have been.
Can the witness finish, Mr. Pichela? The witness is
okay,
still testifying.
I
Continue.
apologize.
I accepted that, but what was concerning is to find adult patients put in those cot beds.
Yes, and this was the second. This was the second question that I was about to ask you. That you're obviously concerned, and also this situation obviously required urgent intervention, doctor. Is that not true?
True, my lady.
Now, on that day, I believe it was the 20th of July, 2016.
You are correct, my lady.
Was it the first time you became aware of this problem being experienced by Precious Angels?
Yes, it was the first time, my lady.
Was it also the first time that you were visiting Precious Angels?
Yes, my lady.
So, what interventions did you do, Dr. Lungwane, after seeing that drastic situation occurring?
I was with my colleague, Mrs. Nongeba Sinelo. Mrs. Sinelo phoned Dr. Manamela before we could proceed to another a place. She said to Dr. Manamela, what we have found at Precious Angels is chaotic. That place should be closed as a matter of urgency.
And to your knowledge, did this happen? Did they close the place immediately as you recommended?
No, my lady.
Yes.
Now, this suggestion that the place be closed immediately, where were the patients going to be taken to if the place was to be closed immediately? Was there a plan in place for that?
At that moment, the identifying team are the ones that should have told us if they've got a place. I wouldn't know because we had that team that was identifying. So we put our suggestion to Dr. Manamela as our supervisor to say the place needs to be closed.
Or you didn't put a suggestion on how that should happen?
Come again, I don't understand, Council.
No, I was saying you did not put a suggestion on how that should happen.
Yes, Council. The how part,
Oh,
the how part we didn't put, we just told her that that place it's not okay.
okay. Ma'am, the Ethel Ngube will testify about an incident that happened on the 23rd of June 2016.
23.
She will state that June 2016. She will say that she met you and Miss Nonkeba Senelo and Mr. Morale at Randfontein. Is that correct?
I don't remember that, my lady.
She will further testify that on this day, the 23rd of June 2016, she received 22 male patients who had one pair of clothing, a summary of their files, container with a toothbrush, and washing racks. Those were the only possessions that they had. She was going there to fetch or to collect those patients, and this is what they had in their possession.
Just before you proceed, you say this incident happened where?
At Randfontein.
Okay.
Yes.
And then how on that very day she received how many patients?
22 male patients. My lady, this
Yes, continue.
just for the benefit of the court, this could be found on page 1467 to 1468.
Okay.
Yes.
Continue.
Now,
Just please cut your question. It's too long for the witness to answer.
my lady, I was just putting it to the witness that this were the things that were in possession of those
You can
22 male
break
patients.
that statement is too long.
Should I rephrase the question?
Yes, you can rephrase, please.
She will testify that there were 22 male patients with one pair of clothing, summary of their files, a container with a toothbrush and washing racks. What is your comment on that?
My comment is I don't remember this seeing Ethel on that day because I didn't even know Ethel.
As it pleases my lady. Now, she will further testify that these patients were dirty.
Who are these patients and where did are these the patients that ended up dying or what is happening?
My lady.
Because now it's still a general question. I don't see us getting anywhere.
My lady, with respect, these patients are not clearly stated.
Continue, Mr.
Now, to testify that these patients were dirty with unpleasant urine, And what do you have to say to that?
On the 23rd of June
Correct, ma'am.
at Randfontein.
Correct.
Do you remember anything about that?
No, my lady.
Continue, Mr.
She will testify further that all the patients were given medication to last for 28 days.
Like I said, I don't remember this, my lady.
She will further testify that she did not receive the entire medical record for the patients. That she did not have a professional nurse, dietitian, and occupational therapist readily available.
I wouldn't
Now-
know that at that time.
Now, she will further testify that on arrival with the patients at the NGO, the assessment team had not arrived, and that she called Hannah to inquire from her, that is Ms. Jacobas, and that she indicated that they were still busy, but that she should continue to admit those patients.
That one I cannot comment. I don't know, my lady.
And lastly, from this paragraph, should testify that nobody from the department came to do assessment of the patients on the day of their arrival at the NGO.
I cannot comment on that, my lady.
And in paragraph 10,
I was not even aware if they were supposed to be assessed on arrival by somebody, my lady.
Okay.
now she will also testify that the patients stayed for a period of 2 weeks with no one from the department coming to assess them as promised.
I cannot comment on that, my lady.
My lady, there's a hand.
Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. I don't want to interrupt Mr. Bislela unnecessarily, but this witness already said that she was not aware of the transfer of the patients to Precious Angels. And to keep on putting Ethel Murbay's version in this regard to this witness is just wasting time because she cannot answer to the questions.
She's giving one answer throughout.
Yes, I don't want to prescribe to Mr. Pislela how to cross-examine. But if a witness doesn't know about the specific situation, it serves no purpose to keep on putting questions about that situation. That's the court, please, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pislela? I think we can move on, Mr. Pislela.
Yes, my lady, we are moving on.
Are you done with Precious Angels?
Not yet, my lady.
Okay, you are done with those questions regarding how the condition of the patients and what was happening, how she, the issue of the assessments, because the witness has already testified that she doesn't know.
Yes, my lady. And the reason I was putting this question to the witness is because the statement at the opening indicates that they met on that day. So it is not a question.
They met on the just
on
a
the
second.
23rd of
On
June 2016.
Oh, the statement says they met on the 20th.
Yes, it says on arrival at Randfontein, I met Dr. Sophie Lengwani, Nonceba Senello, and Mr. Mohale.
Oh, that is her version.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if I did not put it to this witness, it was going to be problematic.
Okay, that's fine. You have done that. Let's proceed. I don't want you to explain. It's okay.
Yes, it is.
Can I comment, my lady?
You want to comment? Okay.
I met Ethel Mube on the 20th of July 2016 when we visited her NGO, my lady.
And not on the 23rd of June.
I don't remember meeting Ethel
Thank you.
Mube.
All right.
Now, I'm going to also put it to you that Ms. Ngube will again refer to an incident that happened on the 28th of June at Randfontein, where she had gone there to collect a second batch of patients. And on her arrival, she found 11 male patients that had already been loaded on EMS buses. She will also testify to the fact that there were 3 additional patients for Rebafeni NGO that she inquired about these additional 3 patients, and Ms. Sinello indicated that Rebafeni will come and fetch them from her center. That is Precious Angels. Now, she'll further testify.
Can you wait for the witness to respond? Yes.
I cannot comment on that, my lady, because she is saying Mrs. Sinello said that.
Continue.
Yes. Now, she will further testify to the fact that she discovered that most of these patients were psychiatric patients and not the criteria that she was promised, for which she complained to Mr. Mohale about the mental condition of this patient. And this Mr. Mohale referred her to you, Dr. Lengwani. That was on the 28th of June 2016. What is your comment on that?
Are you aware of anything, any complaint regarding?
I don't
people?
remember that.
Okay.
Now,
Continue.
she'll also testify that she informed that you, Dr. Lengwani, informed her that she should take the patients, and you promised her that you will come and assist her when the time comes to swap the adults with the children when they are being discharged. What is your comment on that?
Can I get clarity on that, to swap the adults with the children?
Yes.
Yes, that is what he's saying.
That is what the statement says.
Are you aware of?
I'm not aware of that, because I didn't even know that Ethel was licensed. I only discovered that on the 20th of July when I visited the center.
You discovered what?
That he's supposed to be, he was expecting children, not adults.
Or that she was, okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. Moving along.
Moving to?
Now, pardon, my lady?
I didn't hear you.
No, I'm saying moving along.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I'm done with that question, and I'm done with putting
All right.
that question to this witness.
Are you done with the issues of Precious Angels?
My lady,
Okay, continue if you are not done. There is no problem.
There's still a few things that I'm going to canvass, but for the time being, I was only referring to portions of that statement which were relevant to Dr. Lengwani, as it mentions her name expressly.
Okay, continue.
Now, during your cross-examination by Advocate Van Bergen SC, you testified that you were satisfied that all the necessary information and records were provided to the NGOs at the time they were transferred. Do you recall that, ma'am?
Correct, my lady.
Now, in paragraph 12 of your statement, and
At Waverley, when he asked me he was referring to the patients at Waverley.
Indeed, ma'am. We'll only stick to Waverley for the time being. You state in paragraph 12 of your statement, and that is I'm just looking for the page. Yeah, there we go. That is your statement, which starts on page 36310. I don't know if it's annexure I3 or what, my lady. Exhibit I3 or what, but it starts on page 36110. And this is paragraph 12 of that statement, which is on page 36314. I'm not going to put the entire statement to you. I'm just going to ask you questions with regard to, just to confirm, as a follow-up to what you stated before. Now, in paragraph 12,
can she first get the statement and look at it, that particular paragraph?
As it pleases, my lady, and it's line 3.
She can just look at the paragraph and also check the statement if possible.
I'm there, my lady.
Okay, just look at paragraph 12. Even if you can first check this, the beginning of the statement.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, look at paragraph 12. Are you done?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to be asking you questions that emanate from what you've stated in this paragraph. You've stated.
Just before, are you done? Are you done, Dr. Lengwani?
I'm done, my lady.
Okay, continue, Mr. Pichela.
As it pleases, my lady. You said we ensured that the mental health care users were transferred with a file that included their recent medical history, periodical report, and current medication that they were on. I'm going to pause there for a second. Now, you further testified that the MC mental health care users were sent to the NGOs, that were sent to the NGOs were each given 28 days of medication, and those sent to hospitals were given 7 days worth of medication. Now, Ms. Karina Morale will testify And this is contained in paragraph 7 of a statement on page 549, my lady. That on the 12th May 2016, she received 93 patients, and that on the 28th May 2016, she received a second batch of 92 mental health care users from Life Esidimeni, Waverley, and Rand West Care Centers, respectively. She will further testify that these patients, when they were received, they were identified by Life Esidimeni staff members by calling their names, but that these patients did not respond. Now, the pertinent portion of this statement, which relates to your testimony in paragraph 11, is that these patients were in possession of referral letters, medication for 21 days, which expired, no identification books, and incomplete medical records. What is your comment on that?
Your question is so congested. I don't know which one you want me to answer. About
Is it-
medication or...
Just a second. Mr. Pichela, can you just rephrase? I've been asking you just to shorten your questions so that the witness can be able to respond.
Okay. According to Miss Karina Morale, she does not agree with you regarding the documents that you purport were given to these mental health care users when they're being discharged. That is the medical history, periodical reports, and current medication that they were on. What is your comment on that?
Those documents are the ones that we gave them, that were being given by Life Esidimeni, because they are the ones that are preparing the document.
Yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Morana will state that the documents she actually received when she collected this 93 patients on the 12th of May, and again on the 28th of May 2016, when she collected a further 92 patients, were only referral letters, medication for 21 days, which expired, no identification books, and incomplete medical records. So in essence, she's contradicting what you are saying. She's saying, I didn't receive these documents that Dr. Lengwani has testified to, but instead I received even medication that was not even for 28 days, but for 21 days.
The medication issue, I think it was discussed, and then we said this was reported in our Monday meeting.
Yes, I think
Where
this question has been answered, Mr. Pichela. From yesterday, the witness has been saying that with regard to the issue of shortage of medication, that was addressed in a meeting by Dr. Manamela, and that was sorted after they were alerted of it in that Monday morning, Monday meetings.
And I'm still coming to that one, my lady.
Okay, that's the response that she was giving you. It's exactly what she has been saying all along. It's fine.
Yes, and the difference with this one is here we are talking about expired medication. We're not talking about...
You can go there, it's fine. Because the problem is your question, it's full, it's too packed. If you can just break that so that the witness can be able to respond.
Unfortunately, with the expired medication, I cannot comment, because that one, I didn't check the expired medication, because the medication they are being received from the pharmacy, and Life Esidimeni are the ones that are dealing with medication. So I saw the packets, I didn't even get chance to check expiry dates because of the time constraints.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I apologize for not putting my hand up. The facility, for some reason, isn't working on my laptop. My lady, my question to my learned friend through your ladyship. Let me rephrase, my lady. I have a difficulty with the evidence relating to expired medication because the submission is that it is irrelevant. If I may refer your ladyship to the paragraph in question, that's on page 549.
Yes.
Paragraph 7, and I wish to refer your ladyship to the fourth last line of that paragraph. The sentence starting, I phoned Dr. Manamela. And
just a second.
Certainly.
Yes, where did you refer me?
My lady, the fourth last line of paragraph 7.
Yes, I phoned, yes.
Phoned Dr. Manamela, and it's clear that it was on the same day.
The day when the patients were received.
As your ladyship pleases. To inform her about the expired medication and the patient's condition.
Yes.
Dr. Manamela told me that's the reason why they were closing Life Esidimeni. Dr. Manamela then contacted the management of Life Esidimeni, and the expired medication was rearranged at
yes.
Thank
you very much.
It was rectified. So where are we going with this whole debate about expired medication?
Mr. Pichela, are you there?
I'm here, my lady.
Can I hear your response to the objection?
My lady, it is in response to the testimony that was elicited by Advocate Van Bergen SC.
Come again? You were?
It is in response to the testimony or the evidence that was elicited by Advocate Van Bergen.
What I'm trying to say, you heard his objection.
I'm trying to deal with that, my lady.
Okay, please let me hear you on that.
Yes. The witness testified on numerous occasions that, according to her, everything was in order when these patients were being transferred. Now, that is a statement that she made and repeated on several occasions, even under cross-examination. Now, this serves to contradict what she's saying. Then why were patients given a medication? Everything in order. Why were they only given medication?
We can't hear you. I think there is a problem. Mr. Pichela?
We can't hear him.
Yes, we can't hear you.
Somebody talking behind. I don't know if they want to object or what.
Come again?
Interference is coming from somebody on the group. So I don't know.
I don't see any hand.
Because it's distracting.
I don't know. But
now I'm going to have to repeat the whole thing again.
I still can't hear you. I don't know whether the others can hear.
Sorry, my lady. Sorry. Let me just assist my colleague. It was not an intervention to object.
You wanted to say you can. Yes.
Larry is very, very difficult to hear him. It will compromise his cross-examination.
But it's only now. He has been audible. All right.
As it pleases, my lady. As I was explaining, my lady.
Just check your connection. I don't know what is wrong.
Because from my side, everything seems to be in order. I'm not getting any notice that there's a bad connection or anything.
Yes, but we'll alert you when we don't, if we don't hear you.
As it pleases,
Continue.
my lady.
I'm going to stop you if something gets wrong. All right.
Yes. As I was saying, my lady, the witness has testified that when the referrals were done, everything was in order. She testified about the fact of the documents that were handed over with the mental health care users, even though she indicated that this was compiled by Life Esidimeni staff. Now, here we hear a version that says that things were not as rosy and in order as the witness has purported they were, because one, Ms. Karina Morale received 21 days medication instead of 28. And the worst thing is this medication had even expired. She did not receive all the documents that were indicated by Advocate Van Bergen to be necessary in his cross-examination. She only received referral letters, no ID books, incomplete medical records. Now, this is what she's going to testify to. How is that not relevant to that question, my lady? Because this witness is basically contradicting what my witness is.
I hear you. I don't want you to be repeating what you have been saying. What advocate Mr. Van Bergen is objecting to, it's he understands you are raising the issue of the expiration of the medication, right? His concern is that where is the issue taking you? Because in any event, when you look at that statement, the specific line that he had referred to, the issue of the medication or the medication having prescribed was raised on that particular day when the patients were received, and it was rectified. If you look, we understand that you have put it to the attention of this witness to respond, right? But then the fact of the matter is that only in relation to that issue of the medication, if you look at the statement where he has read here, that is the fourth line from the bottom.
My lady, I've read the fourth line from the bottom.
Yes,
says
she continues to say she contacted Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
She contacted, she continued to say she phoned Dr. Manamela to inform her about the medication, the expired medication and the patient's condition. Dr. Manamela told her that that's the reason why they were closing Life Esidimeni. Dr. Manamela then contacted the management of Life Esidimeni, and the expired medication was rearranged at the pharmacy.
Now, my lady, I have read the statement.
No, I'm saying you must understand now. If I understand Mr. Van Bergen's objection, it only relates to that issue of the expired medication. He says, where is this taking us? Because it appears from the statement of Ms. Karina Mirale that that issue, she raised it on that particular day when she went to fetch the patients.
My lady, unless...
That's how only that portion. All what I'm saying is that you have put it to the witness, but why he's objecting, it's only on that limited point to say, where is it taking us? Because the very same thing was rectified immediately.
My lady, there's no way in this statement where it says that this thing was rectified immediately. If he wants to argue that point, to say...
What does the statement say?
It says I phoned
Dr. Manamela. It was rearranged.
Yes, it doesn't indicate when that was done, my lady. So I would have to take instructions on that from my client on as to when.
You can do that, but the fact of the matter is that the statement speaks for itself. Yes, she can clarify that with you, but you can proceed. All what I was saying the other things I hear, but only in respect of this limited issue. He just wanted to alert the court that this is what is contained in her statement. Mr. Van Bergen, was that the objection?
Indeed, my lady. That is the crux of it, my lady. I
Thank
don't
you.
think it needs to be debated further.
Yes, I think, yes. Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Yes, it pleases my lady. She will indicate in the same paragraph, she will indicate that these patients, they were dirty, had no clothing and shoes, and that she tried to refuse to take the mental health care users. What is your comment on that?
She tried to refuse to take the patients.
Yes.
And what happened then?
Firstly, that they were dirty.
Just a second, can the witness look at the statement on page 549? That is Ms. Karina Morales' statement. All what is being put to you, it's contained at paragraph 7.
Yes. That is line 8 from the bottom.
No, she can read this paragraph.
Yes, I'm done.
Can you look
Yes.
at, okay, continue, Mr. Pichela, you can rephrase the question or
Yes.
just repeat the question to the witness.
Yes. And in her statement, she's saying that these patients that she received, they were dirty and had no clothing and shoes.
And you even said that she was even trying to refuse. So
Yes,
we don't know
she
trying
says
to refuse
that
what that means.
I tried to refuse to take the mental health care users.
I didn't observe patients that were dirty. I didn't observe patients that didn't have clothing because before they left, I went to the laundry to request clothing and also the shoes. We had to tell Mrs. Buthelezi to say patients don't have shoes, and then she provided the shoes. If the patients came, she took the patients without shoes. I didn't observe that. And she never made me aware.
As to the fact that she tried to refuse to refuse. Come again?
To the fact that she says she tried to refuse.
Okay.
I was not aware.
Now, the last part of, in respect of this paragraph that I want to put to you is in paragraph 8. Before we move on to paragraph 8, before we move on to paragraph 8, it says that she believes that she received mental health care users who were supposed to have been discharged to mental hospitals before they can be considered to be transferred to the NGOs. And just to close it off, she states that the patient's wellness and health was not good. Now, this is a first-hand account of a person who was able to observe these patients on the 12th and 28th of May when she received them. What is your comment on that?
I stated that I didn't observe that. The only patient that they stated it was Sina, that Mrs. Sinello attended to and made Mrs. Zanele Buthelezi aware about the wheelchair. I didn't observe any patient that was sick at that time.
Now, in paragraph 8 of a statement, line 6.
Which statement now?
The same statement, page 549, by Karina Mrala.
51, okay.
Yes, it's 549. The next paragraph, it's line 8, I believe. No, I think line 7, my lady. There is a portion of a testimony where she states that having received there were only 3 patients who were suffering from high blood and epileptic, and their conditions were recorded in their referral letters. Yeah? The other patients' chronic conditions like diabetic were not revealed to us. So in a sense, she supports the contention by Ms. Ethel Ngube that they received incomplete medical information or medical records. She corroborates what Ms. Ethel Ngube has also testified to or has stated in a statement under oath. Do you have any comment on that?
I still say I didn't observe any patient that was ill, and the medication that we gave, it was like you say 28, we said 28, but that was corrected. And with the diabetic patients and the epileptic patients, that Life Esidimeni are the ones that should have told me that these patients are suffering from epilepsy and high blood, because I went there for the May period in the morning when they were we were assisting to transfer the patients.
Okay, Dr. Lukwani. We are moving away from the statement of Ms. Karina Mrala. I'm now going to refer you to the statement by Ms. Dorothy Franks. That is on page 360. 360. And I want us to look at paragraph 5. It's actually a very long paragraph. So I'll be looking at the relevant portions so that I don't put things to you that are not relevant to you. Are you there, Dr. Lingwane?
Yes, my lady.
If you prefer, you can familiarize yourself with this paragraph, or you can allow me to refer you only to the portion.
No, let her read the paragraph first.
As it pleases, my lady.
I'm done, my lady.
Whose phone is this?
Apologies, my lady. I forgot to turn this thing for silent.
And it's now for the second or third time. I just kept quiet. It can't be right. This is also disrespectful to the court, please.
My sincere apologies, my lady.
You may proceed to put questions to the witness.
As it pleases, my lady. Ma'am, in line 9, that date of the 23rd of June 2016, again rears its head.
The 23rd of June.
2016.
Okay, I see that. But, okay, continue.
Now,
before you ask the questions to this witness, I'm sorry, I have to intervene here, Mr. Pichela.
as it pleases, my lady.
Yes, can we find out if the witness was there at CCRC when the patients were transferred? Because this talks about patients which were at CCRC, even those that came from Life Esidimeni to CCRC. And the evidence on record is that this witness was placed in Waverley when the placements were done or the transfer of patients. So I'm not sure what you want to achieve here. You can assist the court.
So it pleases, my lady. My lady, there's a report by Mr. J.J. Ngobo, the acting CEO of CCRC. This report starts on page 30252, and it is with regard to the cabinet
Page
30252, 30,252.
Yes.
Now, this report was compiled by this Dr. Ngobo, who was the I don't know if it's a doctor or a mister, but it says mister here. Now, this relevant portion of this testimony regarding the date, hence I highlighted the issue of the date, is linked to what is stated in that report on page 30258.
Okay, you can tell me about it. I want to know how do you expect this witness to respond? All those allegations, where does she fit? Come again?
May we then excuse the witness?
Yes.
May we please excuse the witness, because
yes, we may do so.
Listening and I'm
Mr.
explaining.
Late, can the witness just step aside? Thank you.
Yes, my lady. Now, this report, it speaks of the same things that appear in Ms. Frank's statement.
Yes, I hear that, but how does it relate to this witness?
It relates to this witness because even in this report, on page 30258, her name is mentioned there.
In the report, what do they say about her?
It says, the relevant portion, it says, the CEO, Ms. Matsidi Sonyaku, instructed the team to fetch 25 mental health care users from LE Waverley. On arrival, the team was met by Dr. Sophile Ngwani, Nontabo Sinelo from the Mental Health Directorate of the Central Office. Yes.
Please summarize that just in brief for the witness to be able to respond, okay? All right, yes. Can we have the witness back, Mr. Late? Doctor, are you there? I can't see you. Thank you. Can you hear us?
No.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Lingwane, I'm going to refer you to the report that was compiled by Mr. J.J. Ngobo, who was the acting CEO of CCRC. This report is found on page 30252 to 30275. I want you to open page 30258. Are you there, Dr. Lingwane?
I'm there, my lady.
Yes. The relevant paragraph that I want to refer to you, the date for this report.
Just before, if you can lay the foundation for this report. Are you aware of this report, Doctor? If you can look at where it starts. Have you seen it before?
No, I'm seeing it for the first time.
Can
My
you
lady.
assist us? Can you assist Mr. Pihlela? Where does it start? It seems it starts.
My lady, it starts.
Does it start 30252 on page 30252?
Yes, that is the cover page.
Because I mean that, yeah, if she can just look at it there, then after that she can go to the page that you have directed her to. Just look at the 30 at page on page 30252.
30252.
252. Yes.
Page 30252, if I may be of assistance, Dr. Lingwane, is the front page. It introduces, the report is directed to Dr. G. Ramuhopa, MEC for Health Gauteng, and Dr. Emmy Kinoshi,
Yes.
HOD Health, and it is compiled by Mr. J.J. Ngobo, who is the acting CEO of CCRC, and this was done on the 19th of April 2017.
Yes, my lady.
So the relevant portion of this report, which I believe relates to you, Dr. Lingwane, it's on page 30258.
Page
30258. Are you there, Dr. Lingwane?
I'm there.
Now, the second paragraph, that is the relevant portion that I want to refer to.
She can just let her read. It's not that much. Let her look at that page properly. Because this page relates to the 12th of May 2016. If you can start, it's only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. Just look at those. They are short.
25.
Yes. Are you? Oh, Mr. Please. Can you read it properly?
The last area, I don't see it here.
The last.
Where do you want me to read the
date, from the date, or he can just read it on record for you, because it's from
Yes,
the
please.
date of the 12th of May. You see that?
Yes.
My lady, there's only two portions of this report that I wanted to put to the
Okay.
witness,
Please.
not the entire thing.
Okay.
The first thing that I wanted to establish, ma'am, is that on the 12th of May 2016, you were at LE Waverley, and
Yes, my lady.
yes. Now, the second part that I wanted to confirm with you, you will note that this report states, and this is what is being said by the NGOs, and that is that some mental health care users came with their patient files, which contained scanty information, which lacked medical history. And this was said by Ms. Morale. It was also said by Ms. Mnume. And this is what was put to you, of course, at the beginning of this cross-examination. And it is now being supported by this report. Do you have any comment on that?
I have comment, my lady.
Yes.
Came with patient files which contained scanty information, which lacked medical history. Doctor is the one who's writing the medical report.
Yes, ma'am. And
my counsel, can I
Apologies.
try and put the situation to you so that you can understand
You may do
how
so.
we
Please
were
do.
working?
Continue.
I was not preparing the patients. I was not preparing the files. I was not preparing the patients, but the patients were brought to us and we were given those files. We saw in the files that there were medical reports, but I didn't check that the medical report is scanty. I saw that this is medical report, it's okay. Medication, it's okay. And then patients, they were washed at that time when I saw them because they brought them. So that period, the morning period and the time they were leaving, I saw them being washed and being clean at that time. Then I cannot account that the patients were not washed because I was not involved in the washing.
But
I was assisting.
what did you observe? You didn't, what you
I
observed?
didn't observe that patients were dirty at that time when we transferred them.
You didn't observe that?
Yes.
So please,
I was not involved in the bathing.
Yes, we hear that.
Yes.
So you wouldn't know basically whether they were washed or not.
But she says
Yes,
I observed them being on the face and whatever, being satisfied to me at that time.
Yes.
And if I may inquire, Dr. Lungwani,
Yes.
who washed those patients? Who bathed
Life
them?
Esidimeni staff are the ones that were washing, preparing everything for the patients. I was not involved in the bathing.
Are you done with that?
moving
Can we
along.
take the tea break now? It's 17 minutes past 11.
Yes, please, is the court, my lady.
The witness is warned. Can we take the tea break now and then we resume at 11:35?
Oh, please.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court, please, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela and the witness.
So please, the court, my lady.
Dr. Late, Mr. Late, where is the witness?
My lady, the witness has been kicked out. We are trying to reconnect with my lady. She will just give us
That's fine.
a few seconds. Thank you.
Good in you.
Mr. Pitlela, the witness is here.
Court, please, my lady.
Dr. Linkwana, you are reminded that you're still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Dr. Linkwane, prior to the tea break, we were dealing with the report by Mr. J.J. Ngobo, and we were on page 30258. Are you still on that page?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, and it was put to you that according to this report, some of the MHCUs came with their patient files which contain scanty information and which lack medical history. And you indicated that this was not prepared by you, but was prepared by the Life Esidimeni staff. So
I indicated that I was not working at Life Esidimeni. So everything was prepared by Life Esidimeni staff. And they would give us those files and the patients, like where they were handing over, where we were with the receiving facility.
Okay, thank you. Don't repeat. In fact, he was just reminding you of the evidence so far led. Thank you.
So the last paragraph of that report indicates a list of names that were highlighted, and that paragraph states that these names, the people that were highlighted, whose names are highlighted on in the report, were discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016. That is that date again, which I was referring you to earlier, the 23rd of June 2016. Now,
Can I get clarity on this?
no, ma'am, I'm providing it to you as a statement of fact.
Yes, can I get clarity on? You say
Can we
the
hear
nine,
let's hear?
the nine
Yes, ma'am.
highlighted mental health care users in the above were subsequently discharged to Anchor on the 23rd June as instructed. So I just want to find out, these patients, where were they from? Were they from Waverley to Anchor, to
Yes,
Cullinan, and to Anchor? I don't get it.
Dr. Manamela, sorry, Dr. Lengwane, I beg your pardon?
Yes.
If you recall at the beginning, there is an indication of the date of the 12th of May 2016.
Yes.
At the beginning of this paragraph, it says that 24 mental health care users were fetched at Life Esidimeni Waverley with a bus. And that is the first that I put to you, that you were present on that day.
Yes, my lady.
What's happening? So we have
Mr.
already
Bishop,
dealt.
if just a second, if I may, are you suggesting that from this number, the 9 is from this number?
Yes, the 9 is from the 24, according to this report.
Okay, so that answers, okay. So that's why I said before you answer, doctor, you must read first the portion before you are referred to anywhere. Like when I say read a full paragraph or read the whole statement. So from what Mr. Pitlela it's pushing to you, these 9 patients which were subsequently moved or discharged to Anchor were initially from Waverley. It's among the group of 24 that were discharged from Waverley on the 12th of May 2016.
Yes, I just wanted to understand, because
okay, that's fine.
These patients left Waverley, and I was informed, I heard that the patients were in the bus for the whole day. So anything could have happened with their hygiene, because they spent the whole day in that bus until they were distributed to Anchor. So that one, I cannot account for that, because I didn't go. I was at Waverley when they left.
Okay.
So in other words, you do concede that because of the time that they spent sitting in the bus, they might have arrived at their destination dirty and as described by Ms. Mube and Ms. Karina Morale.
There's a possibility. Human nature is there. There's a possibility that from the morning until that time, I don't know what time they were taken to anchor.
My lady, there appears to be a hand from Advocate Lade.
Mr. Lade? I didn't notice you. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's no hand. I don't put up my hand.
Yes, I didn't see any hand. Is there anybody who has raised a hand? Mr. Pichela, continue. It's in the mind. I haven't seen anything myself.
Okay, maybe, as it pleases my lady. Ma'am, in fact, when I peruse the entirety of this report, it appears that a consistent theme, even with reference to Randfontein, it laments the same state of affairs, and that is mental health care users came with their patient files which contained scanty information which lacked medical history. And it appears that all these mental health care users, bar a few, were released to anchor. So, do you have any comment on that?
Comment on what, Council?
Well, I was just putting to you that upon reading of the report, I think until page 30265.
Page
30265.
Before I allow that, the witness was not afforded the opportunity to read this report, remember. And you're putting something that you have deduced from what you have read.
My lady, I'm merely stating what is in the evidence, and I'm merely summarizing instead of allowing the witness to go through the report, because part of what I'm putting to the witness.
I just hope you are putting the correct version of events, because my worry is because she has just testified that she's seen this report for the first time, so she was not afforded that opportunity. Whatever you put to the witness must be the correct version of what is stated there, please.
My lady, I stand by what I'm putting to the witness, and
she will respond as far as she has, if she has knowledge. If she doesn't have that knowledge, she doesn't. Okay, continue.
This was merely for the benefit of the court.
My lady.
Just wait, Dr. Lingwane. Can you read? Can you put that statement that you wanted to put? My only concern was that. That is why I was raising it.
As it pleases my lady. Dr. Lingwane, when one...
Yes, my lady.
Report, from page 30256 up until page 30256.
256.
Yes, 30256.
Until page 30264. It appears that all these mental health care users whose names appear in this report were released to Anchor, and that is on the date of the 23rd of June 2016.
Were released to Anchor.
Yes.
Where from, my counsel?
Somewhere from Randfontein, somewhere from Waverley. So the point being that, and the point that I'm putting to you is not so much that in essence, all these patients were released from Randfontein and Waverley, and they were released to Anchor. And the consistent theme or the consistent complaint by the person who compiled this report was that their files had scanty information which lacked medical history, and in some instances, identity documents. Obviously, I know you can only respond to things that relate to Waverley, so I'm just alerting you to that fact.
My counsel, some of the questions are confusing me.
Yes.
We can move on. We can move on.
Why do you say so? If I hear that.
No, I'm confused because now it says Anchor, it says Randfontein, Waverley, so I'm a little bit not clear there.
Mr. Pitlela? He seems to have frozen. Mr. Pitlela, can you hear me?
My lady, I can hear you.
Okay, I thought you were frozen. Okay.
No, I was merely clarifying the witness, my lady.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes, and this was with reference to what has already been put to the witness.
Yes.
And I don't want. Yes, I was merely answering to what the witness was asking for clarity regarding the date of the 23rd of June, where Ms. Ethel Ncube stated that she met Dr. Lengwani at Randfontein when she went to collect patients there. So this was with regard to the report, the entirety of the report, where I was stating to the witness that it appears that all the patients that were on this report were released to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016. And that in terms of what this report complained is that they had scanty information and no medical history.
It's fine. That is
Yes.
on record. The problem is,
from that,
yes, what the witness was asking, she said she was confused because it appears patients, you are saying, you are talking about Anchor, while at the same time you're talking about Waverley and Randfontein. And I don't understand. So that is the clarity that you wanted, Miss Dr. Lengwani.
Yes, and Cullinan, because now it seems they moved from Waverley
and Randfontein
and to CCRC, then to Anchor. So I was trying to explain to the council to say that from my memory, these patients, are these patients not those ones that we were told that they were left in the bus for the day?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted clarity about, because now they were supposed to go to Randfontein, but they ended up going to Anchor and Precious Angels.
Okay.
Yes. And the part which I believe is relevant to that part of your testimony is what I'm saying is the consistent theme in this report about scanty information which lacked medical history. So that is with reference to all the patients, be it they were taken to Anchor, be it they were taken to Precious House, be it they were taken to Tsepong, be it they were taken to Siabadinga when they arrived. That is what from source. Yes, that is what that is how it's described.
Yes, scanty medical report as indicated that the doctor is the one who's writing medical report. I am not writing medical report, my lady.
You have already responded. I don't want you to go back.
Yes, I can accept that.
Please don't answer for the second time. The evidence is on record. Continue.
Yes, it pleases my lady. Ma'am, I'm going to refer you now to the statement by Ms. Dorothy Franks, and that is on page 360. The relevant paragraph is paragraph 5. It is a very long paragraph.
Paragraph?
5, I mean, 5. With reference to this paragraph, I don't know if the witness wants to go through this long paragraph first.
Yeah, but they read faster than us because they are conversant with the facts. We can leave her to read it quickly. Are you there, Doctor?
I'm here. Yes, my lady.
Okay, continue reading the paragraph. If you can just check the first page of the statement, but this, as you look even on top, above there, paragraph 5.
Yes, I'm there, my lady.
It is the statement of Dorothy Franks. Yes, you can just read the whole paragraph.
Yes, my lady.
Are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, can continue, Mr. Pichela.
Ma'am, this part of the statement that I'm putting to you correlates with what has been stated in the previous report that we have dealt with by Mr. J.J. Ngobo. And the relevant portion of the statement is the one which refers to the date of the 23rd of June 2016, and that is line 9.
Yes.
Yes. Now, according to Ms. Dorothy Franks, on that date, she received a total of 30 patients from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. And that one of those patients came as an unknown. Now, if you recall, the patients that were transferred according to the report by Mr. Ngobo, they were taken from Waverley and Rietfontein. Now, 8 were taken here, 11 there, so on and so forth. But all these patients were transferred to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016. So this paragraph confirms that she received 30 of those patients from CCRC, and that is on the 23rd of June 2016.
My lady, if I may.
Like I
Just a second, Doctor. There is an issue here. Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, once again, I apologize that I didn't raise my hand. The facility still doesn't work. My lady, the facts as put now are not correct.
Mm.
The 30 patients that were transferred on the 23rd were CCRC patients who were transferred to make space for patients who would be transferred from Life Esidimeni facilities to CCRC. I would request Mr. Puslela to perhaps just check that that is correct, that he can satisfy himself. But that is my recollection, my lady.
Mr. Pitler?
My lady, I'm not proposing that these patients were taken directly from Life Esidimeni. That is not what I'm proposing.
What are you putting to the witness?
If your ladyship were to take notice, there's a difference in respect of date in that report. The report indicates, with reference to Waverley, the 12th of 12/05/2016, and the date that we are talking about is the 23rd of June.
Yes.
Now, this report was compiled when these patients were received from Life Esidimeni to CCRC, and then they were subsequently transferred to Anchor.
Which patients? Which patients now? The 30 patients.
Yes, the ones that appear.
I wouldn't agree with you if we are talking about, if I didn't look at the report, but as far as I can recall, if the page that you have referred the witness to, which contains where this report appears, on the 12th of May, it talks about 24 patients. If my memory, we can go to 30252.
Yes, my lady.
I even asked you as to whether, when the witness was asking, where did the 9 that you said was discharged to ENCO come from? Remember that? Yes.
By a simple process of mathematics.
Come on, just a second. Because on the first, this is 30258.
Yes, my lady.
Just a second. I want to go to the page. I'm there. This refers to the date of the 12th of May, 2016, and it talks about 24. And from the 24, which were first fetched from Life Esidimeni Waverley with a bus. Then you said 9. Now you refer to the last paragraph to say 9 of them were subsequently discharged to ENCO on the 23rd of June. Now I want to understand this 30 that we are talking about. Where did they come from?
If I may assist the court in that regard.
Yes, you may.
If your ladyship were to look at the report starting from page 30256,
yes,
which is what I put to the witness at the end of my cross-examination on this aspect, where I was referring to patients that were transferred to Anchor, my lady.
Yes.
If my lady were to look at, it is not my proposition that the total number that is listed. Remember, my lady, we're only talking of the ones whose names have been highlighted.
Yes, and I'm on page 30256, yes.
Yes, my lady. It starts on On page 30257, my lady.
Yes.
That is where it starts. And at the bottom there, it says 8 highlighted mental health care users in the list above were subsequently discharged to Anchor on the 23rd.
Yes.
Now, the same date again appears. Now there is an addition of 9. Now it's 8 plus 9. And then on the next page, it reveals that there are 4 more who were discharged to Anchor. So, and then
So
there's 4 more.
it's 9 plus 8, it's 17 plus 4 is 21.
Plus 8. The last 8, my lady, are on page. On page 30263, which also says 8 were again released to Anchor on the 28th.
On page
So 30263.
Yeah, you see, the problem is the witness was not afforded the opportunity to look at the report. And now it's like now we're reading this piecemeal, okay?
Now, the point that I was trying to make, my lady.
Yes, let me hear you.
Was to link this 29 to what is stated by Ms. Dorothy Franks. The important part is the date, the 23rd of June, 2016. Now she says, I received 30 patients from CCRC.
Okay, just a second. Just a second. There is something that I'm observing here on page 3. Let me say from 30263 to, that's where she talks about 30264. I see there is a number of, there is a total of 38 patients, 29 males and 9 females.
Yes, but there is no reference to Anchor in that with regard to those patients, my lady. Hence, I did not account for them. I only accounted for the 29 plus the one unknown that is mentioned in the statement of Ms. Dorothy Franks, because she states that she received 30 patients. Among those patients, one of the patients came as unknown. So if your ladyship were to compare the number of patients that are listed in the report, it will give you 29 patients. The
what
one
is,
unknown.
What is her version? Where did she get these people from? What is the
Care and Rehabilitation Center?
Yes, but was she told from where did they come from?
My lady.
Yes.
She's stating that she received 30 patients from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation
Yes,
Center.
we hear that.
And one of these patients came as unknown.
Come again?
One of the patients came as an unknown.
I hear that. My question is, what are your instructions? Where did this patient come from?
The unknown
before she got them from CCRC. Does she know?
My lady, that is what the report is saying. The report is.
I understand the report. One will have to go through the report. I haven't read this report, and I don't think the witness was afforded that opportunity. But I hear you. What I'm asking you is whether does she know where those patients, where were they before they were transferred to CCRC?
They were from Life Esidimeni. Some were from Waverley, some were from Rietfontein.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Now, the ones that I was questioning about were the ones that were referred to by the portion of the report that deals with Waverley.
All right, just put the question to the witness. Let's proceed, please.
Yes.
One will have to read this report. Where does it end?
My lady, may I perhaps just respond to what my learned friend had said?
Yes, you may. Just before you do that, I just want to check, Mr. Pichela, on what page does it end?
The relevant The entire
No,
report,
no,
my
no, no,
lady,
no.
the relevant
The
portions.
report starts from page 30252 up to where?
My lady, the relevant portion that I'm referring to
You have
start on
given us, yes,
30256.
to 30264.
Yes,
I just
264.
want to hear, one will have to read this report if it's going to, I mean, before. Yes, thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. If one looks at Ms. Franks's affidavit on page 360,
Yes.
I just want to count the lines.
My lady, may I request that the witness be
Yes, the
excused
witness
because
can step aside.
I'm dealing with 360 as we speak.
My lady, if one were to look at line
Mr.
9,
Lead, can you assist us? Yes, you are looking at?
line 9 of paragraph 5 on page 360, my lady.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yes,
And
I'm there.
the sentence starting on the 23rd June 2016, I received 30 patients from Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre.
Yes, I see that.
I was unaware that these patients were part of the patients being transferred from Life Esidimeni. I was initially promised that I will be receiving patients directly from Life Esidimeni. It was actually shocked to receive patients from CCRC. CCRC brought 30 patients. I only had space to accommodate 25. My lady, if one then goes to paragraph 6 and to line 8.
Yes, I'm there.
On 29 June 2016, I received 40 patients directly from Life Esidimeni. The patients were brought by bus. My lady, this is the direct evidence on oath by Ms. Franks. My learned friend has, and I commend the fact that he has been so thorough, but he is now deducing from the report of Mr. Nkobo that the first batch were patients that had been received from Life Esidimeni recently and now were being transferred on. There is no such evidence before the court, my lady. And I submit that this is perhaps, before such statements are made, the provenance of those statements must be disclosed. Must be disclosed where it comes from and who is going to testify that. Whether Ms. Franks is going to testify that or whether Mr. Ngobo is going to be called.
Okay, thank you.
The point that I'm trying to make, my lady, this is not, and I invite any of my colleagues to differ from me on record if they so wish. But the evidence was that patients were moved, patients who had been in CCRC were moved to make space for new patients from Life Esidimeni, and that new patients from Life Esidimeni had been transferred from CCRC to Anchor House, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela, there you are.
My lady, if I may respond.
Yes, I'm waiting for your response.
Yes, my lady, the report has been accepted into evidence. And that is my understanding of how all the documents that are on case line are relevant. Now, when one counts, one takes the number of patients with reference to the date when those patients were transferred to Anchor. Now, the number of patients, as we had calculated now, is 29. The 30th one is the unknown that is being referred to by Ms. Dorothy Franks in her statement. Now, it doesn't require rocket science to figure out that the 29 plus the one unknown.
Where is it confirmed? Because she's also talking about other patients which she received on the 29th. Does she say in the statement, just a second, let us look at the portion paragraph 5. if you can show us on paragraph 5 as to where does Ms. Franks say the patients that she received were directly from Life Esidimeni. Do we have that evidence? We understand the issue of the report, but until the author comes to testify, is then that we can understand. We understand what you have just deduced from your calculations, but does it tally with the evidence? Do we have something to back it up? Because
I would posit that the report gives that indication of this number of 30. It's not a coincidental number, it's an exact number, and we've been able to establish that there were 29 that were taken from Randfontein.
Okay,
and
I hear that, but look
and there was
at
an unknown that made it 30.
But
so
that is,
if the
just a
proposition
second, Mr. Pichela. I hear all those. I don't want us to be repeating. If you look at the statement of Ms. Dorothy Franks, she clearly says that she was unaware that these patients were part of the patients being transferred from life in Esidimeni, right? Unlike in the next paragraph, where she clearly says she received patients directly from Life Esidimeni. It's fine. It's a matter that if you are making that, but if you are making that statement, it's a matter that you can deal with it when she testifies, because I'm just afraid that we shouldn't put facts that are not correct to the witnesses.
My lady, if I may, in closing.
Unless if you rephrase it to say, would that be correct to say for the if you want the witness to respond? But this witness has never been to CCRC. She was not there when the placements were made there.
My lady, according to the report, she was there on the day when these patients were released to CCRC. Now, the sequence of events is that...
Okay, when the just a second, she was at... where? She was where? At Waverley.
On the 12th of May, 2016, she was at Waverley, and that is the opening portion of the testimony that I get from. She was at Waverley when these patients were released from Life Esidimeni to CCRC. Now, the highlighted portions or names of patients were then subsequently transferred to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016.
Okay.
That is a clear indication of the chain of events as they unfolded. Now, to refer to paragraph 6, which speaks of a different date, we are on the 23rd. I've not mentioned anything about the 24th or the 29th. So it's to divert what we are trying to establish here.
Not necessarily, but we have to, not necessarily. You see, the problem is we're dealing with a problem. The next thing you are putting things which are, we understand that you are dealing with the 23rd, but one needed to be clarified before a statement is put to a witness. I mean,
I believe, my lady, that I've clarified the point sufficiently.
Okay, you can ask the witness. We'll have to read the report and then as against the statement. You can ask the witness and then we pass it.
That's it, please.
Can we have the witness back?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, what is the question, Mr. Pichela?
Ma'am, the question, it's a statement that I'm putting to you. And what has happened is, if one looks at reference to the date of the 23rd of June, 2016, it is the same date that is being referred to in the report on the page that you read, where at the bottom I indicated the importance of this date of the 23rd of June. Do you agree?
I agree, but related to what? To the patients or the files? I don't still get what the council wants to put forth to me.
We are coming to that. Just listen and follow. The 23rd of June is an important date in this respect, because in
Yes.
terms of everywhere where there is a reference to the 23rd of June, there is an indication of the number of patients that were released to anchor on that date by the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center. Now, I'm putting that to you as a statement of fact.
To say?
Should I repeat
Okay. Did you
what I
hear
stated,
it?
my lady?
I'm still not clear, because now we are talking about patients that on the 12th, they left Waverley, they went to Cullinan Care and Rehab, and then on the 23rd, they were referred to Anchor. Is it how I understand this statement, what you are saying to me?
Mr. Bishela, clarify the witness, please.
Dr. Ngwan,
Yes.
let me try and simplify it as much as I possibly can.
Yes, please.
Continue.
There were patients that were released, and that is according to this report. There were patients that were released to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016. Do you agree with me?
Coming from where?
Just listen, it's fine.
Question, so we can move on.
Pardon?
Mr. Pitlela, can I help you? I don't know. Maybe if I didn't put it the right way, you'll tell me. What Mr. Pitlela is putting to you, he is saying on the 12th of May, 2016,
yes,
patients were discharged to CCRC from Waverley.
Coming from Waverley.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, he further says that, according to him and how he understands the report that we were talking about, those were the patients which were transferred to Anchor from CCRC on the 23rd of May, 2016. Am I correct, Mr. Pichel?
So far, so good, my lady.
Do you agree, or do you know whether these are the same patients that came from Waverley on the 12th of May? Would you know?
I can, the names, I cannot recall the names, because like I said, I don't know the patients, but if these patients were transferred from Waverley on the 12th, they went to Cullinan, and then from going to Cullinan to Anchor, that one I cannot account for that.
All right. Mr. Pitlela, can
because
we...
I was not at Cullinan.
Thank you. Can we move?
Yes, this is my lady. Ma'am, I'm going to refer you to the statement of Mrs. Dorothy Franks. Now, the part that...
Are we going back to 360? Yes, continue.
Yes, 360, my lady. I don't want you to dwell too much on the number, or except to put it to you that it is my assessment that the 30 patients that are listed by Ms. Dorothy Franks correlates with the 29 patients that were released from Randfontein and Waverley on the 12th May, 17 May, 19 May, and 24 May.
Do you
So that
understand
is what
this?
I'm putting to you.
Just a second. Doctor, do you understand? Do you follow the question? If you don't, I will assist.
I'm more confused.
Okay. What Mr. Pitlela is putting to you now. He says from his own assessment, after seeing the report and also having gone through the statement of Ms. Franks, the number that she mentions in the statement of about 29 or 30 patients. You
Yes,
said
it's 30
29.
total, my lady. It's
30.
30 in total. Yes.
Yes, 29 plus 1, an unknown person. Those patients, according to his own assessment, are or could have been the patients which were discharged from Randfontein on the 12th of May, 17 May, 19 and 24 May 2016 to CCRC. Would you
Yes,
agree with that?
Randfontein and Waverley, my lady.
Oh,
Combined. Those
Randfontein
venues
and
combined.
Waverley combined. Would you know? Would you agree with the statement? Would you be in a position to respond? Do you know?
My confusion comes where these patients, the 12 May that he has mentioned, they were taken from Waverley and Randfontein to Cullinan.
Yes.
Now they were taken from Cullinan to Anchor. Hence, I'm saying with the one when they were taken from Cullinan to Anchor, that one I cannot comment on because I was not at Cullinan.
So you can confirm whether they are the same people or not?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, Mr.
Now, Ms. Dorothy Franks, having stated as read by Advocate van Bergen, she says she was initially promised that she will receive patients directly from Life Esidimeni and actually shocked to receive patients from CCRC. Now, I'm not going to dwell on what is said on that particular aspect of the statement. The part that I want us to concentrate on, and this is not to limit you, hence I'm giving you the entirety of the statement, is that there were no proper handing over when the patients were brought to my facility. And that the patients were not brought with their files and identity books.
I don't think you're audible enough. I think you are breaking or something is not right. I don't know, Mr. Sibar and others, whether they can hear you properly. I can hear, but I'm struggling.
Yeah, yes, my lady. Like I said before, there are a lot of times where it's breaking and it's very blurry. The person is in now. The person which is in now is perfect. Where he's sitting now is perfect. Yeah.
Okay, let's try again, Mr. Pichel.
As it pleases, my lady. The relevant portion of the statement by Ms. Dorothy Franks on paragraph 5, which I want to put to you for comment, is that there was no proper handing over when patients were brought to my facility. Now, she further adds on and states that the patients were not brought with their files and identity books, and that the patients were brought late in the afternoon and were not washed before being transferred.
Where were they coming from, my lady?
Yes, I didn't want you to respond first. Are we talking about patients now from Anchor, from CCRC going to Anchor?
That is correct, my lady.
Where does the witness come in here? She was not there. She was not at anchor. Whether the witness were the patients were previously at Waverley or Randfontein, but on this particular day, on the 23rd, they were at CCRC. The witness evidence is that she was in Waverley on the 12th of May, and she was never at CCRC when the patients were moved at CCRC.
As it pleases, my lady, we can move on from this question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Ma'am.
Dr. Linkwani, Doctor. These titles, you know, were so different. Some people deserve to be called with these titles. They've earned them. Huh?
They say those who mind don't matter, those who matter don't mind.
Please.
Yes. I'm going to refer you to paragraph 20
of the statement.
Of the statement that appears on page 36610. 6610.
610.
That is a statement by Miss Dorothy Franks. Pardon me, Miss Hannah Jacobas. And this part of the testimony was put to Miss Jacobas, and there was an indication that it was hearsay because she couldn't make such a statement.
If I can get the correct page, I think I missed the page.
36610.
Okay.
In paragraph 20, Ms. Jacoba stated that...
Can she first familiarize herself with this? Dr. Lingwani, are you there?
Yes, my lady, I'm there.
Just read the paragraph, please. You'll tell us when you are done.
Yes, I can see.
Okay.
My lady.
Thank you. Question, Mr. Pichela?
Yes. Now I'm going to put to you this statement just so that you can give me your input or your comments on it. It is a statement that has already been accepted into evidence, but it also tallies with what I've been putting to you with regard to the reporting aspect. When you have been cross-examined by Advocate Van Bergen SC, there was a question that was put to you that where an NGO were to receive a mental health user, healthcare user, and the user presented with condition that was not covered by the documentation that accompanied the user, what would you have expected that NGO to do? And the answer that you gave to that question is that you would have expected that NGO to have taken the patient to the nearest clinic or hospital. And Advocate van Bergen went further and stated in his opinion that you could also contact the department, Life Esidimeni, Dr. Lengwani, and so on. Now, with reference to that answer that you gave, and this, according to Mrs. Jacobas, in paragraph 20, where it starts, she's saying in respect of patient files, the feedback she received from NGOs was that they did not receive proper patient files when the patients arrived. Do you have any comment on that?
No comment, my lady.
Yes. She further states that patients were discharged with their administrative files and not their clinical files. Do you have any comment on that?
Is it, I don't understand, is it Mrs. Jacoba saying that, or?
Yes, it is Mrs.
Yes,
Jacoba's
they're
statement.
saying that. They're saying that.
This is her statement.
Should I move on to the next question?
No, she's still looking. I thought you haven't read the paragraph. There is Mr. Pinar. As you are looking there, Mr. Pinar.
My lady, with all due respect, I do not want to interject unnecessarily, but we should read this statement and the evidence of Ms. Jacobus in context. Paragraph 20 commences, in respect of the patient files, I received feedback. She's responding to the, commenting on the feedback she received, not that she experienced that personally, my lady. So the statement, if it's put, it must be put on the positive facts as presented in evidence. And this was the evidence that was presented. It's founded on feedback from the NGOs, my lady. So therefore, that is hearsay evidence, my lady. It's not a positive fact as such. May it please the court, my lady. So therefore, the statement, the question being put in cross-examination must be done in such a manner to be fair to the witness, Dr. Lenkwani, and not to create the impression this is first-hand the best evidence presented, my lady.
Yes, it's
not
clear.
the case.
Mr. Pichel?
Therefore, it's inadmissible, my lady. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you very much. Mr.
My lady, may I rephrase the question then and read
Come
the
again?
statement directly? Yes. May I
What
then
is your
rephrase,
impression of the statement?
look, I've understood the complaint that I've received from Advocate Binaresi, and that is somehow I changed the tone of the statement by putting it in a positive light as opposed to reading it as it appears on this document. So I would like to rephrase so that I can read it.
Please do so. The statement is clear here. It says, in respect of patients' files, I received feedback from many of the NGOs that they did not receive proper patient files when the patients arrived.
Yes.
So let's hear what you have put or what you'd like to put to the witness.
I gave the context, my lady, with regard to what was stated by the witness regarding under cross-examination by Advocate van Bergen SC, where it was beg your pardon, where it was put to her that where a mental health care user presented with a condition that was not covered by the documentation that accompanied the user when they were received by an NGO, what would have been expected of the NGO to do? And the witness answered, and that is Dr. Lengwani, that she would have expected that the NGO to have taken patient to the nearest clinic or hospital.
Yes.
Now, within the context of those requirements, I believe it's put in as a form of a duty that is incumbent upon the NGOs to do in those circumstances, according to her understanding. So now,
continue, Mr. Pitlen.
As it pleases my lady. Now, ma'am, you'd agree with me that all the NGOs, that is Precious Angels, that is Anchor, that is Siabadinga, that is Sepong, they complained about the same thing. And that they gave this feedback to Mrs. Jacobas. And that is with regard to proper patient files, not receiving medical information, and what is referred to as in the report as scanty information. Do you agree with me on that? That is a consistent theme from the evidence.
Yes, before you respond, Ms. Maite.
My lady, I think this is an objection that perhaps the witness should not witness. If the witness can be excused before I place my objection before the court.
Okay, Mr. Late, okay, thank you. Mr. Late, assist us and excuse the witness. Thank you.
My lady, my objection is premised on what Mr. Pitlela indicated. He first states that based on the questions that were previously asked by Van Bergen SC to the witness, indicating what he had indicated yesterday, then seeks to place, I'm not sure, information by Ms. Hannah Jacobas, hearsay information by Hannah Jacobas, and asking the witness to say, would you have knowledge of that? It's already been established that the statement consists hearsay evidence. Now, to ask the witness to confirm this hearsay evidence, my lady, fruits of a poisonous tree, it cannot be allowed.
Thank you.
But the second issue, my lady, where are we going with this line of questioning? This paragraph deals with the patient care, the patient files, and evidence in respect of how the patients were transferred, the patient care when they were received by the NGOs, as well as the documentation that the patients traveled with. This information and evidence has already been traversed, my lady. It's been 2.5 hours with the same witness.
Mr. Pitlela.
As it pleases my lady. With regard to the first part of the objection, my lady, Ms. Jacobas on this aspect is indicating what she received. Now, there is evidence on record from the people who are part of those that informed her of that. They are the ones who informed her of the problems that she's writing here. Now, it's hearsay if it's mentioned by Ms. Jacobas, but it's not hearsay when it comes from my clients, because they are the ones who made the complaint to Ms. Jacobas, and they'll come and testify to that fact.
Why don't you leave that? Just a second. Why don't you leave that hearsay evidence and give her direct facts from your clients?
My lady, that is what I'm trying to do, and
yes, but the problem is you are referring the problem. No, Mr. Pitlela. The problem is you want Dr. Lingwana to confirm hearsay evidence. If you can leave the issue of Ms. Jacobus and concentrate on what your clients, I think you have dealt with it, and I don't know why do we keep on revolving around it for such a long time. That evidence is already on record. If you can just leave it it's already on record. You have already told the witness that this was what your clients were going to say, isn't it? I don't know why do you go back to it. Then the second portion. Can we deal with the second portion?
Yes, then I'm happy. The second portion saying we are going around and around in circles. My lady, I've put a context to that. I'm responding to what is being elicited during cross-examination.
Yes,
now,
we
if
hear
that objection had been raised when those questions were being asked by the previous cross-examiner, then it will make sense.
But if you understand from the first, okay, yes. If you understand from how I took the stand with regard to the first the first objection, right? All what you are asking the witness, listen to me. You are busy revolving around the same issues. These very same issues that you are raising now, you have started with them in the morning. You started with whether you called it Tsepong or Enka, and the witness even said, I'm confused. I don't know whether who is who, Enka, Tsepong. Then from there you proceeded to Precious Angels, you came to see Abadinga. So I thought you were wrapping up. Now you are throwing everything around and now repeating what has already been answered. Can you please refrain from that? Continue.
I'm happy to.
Can you please close this because we have been sitting since in the morning?
My lady, I understand, but unfortunately,
No, the problem is you are repeating same questions, which you have dealt with in the morning.
And I'll move on. There are still a few aspects that I want to explore.
Okay,
and
please do. Okay, thank you.
I'm sure my lady is mindful of the fact that I'm representing 4 individuals.
No, we understand that, but
if one counsel on one aspect is able to spend 2 hours representing one person,
listen,
I'm representing 4, so it means I should be able to spend 8 hours if we are going to.
You see your problem now. If I don't want to have a dialogue with you, your problem is now you are moving away from the issues. The fact of the matter is these issues that you are raising now, you have dealt with them. I've been listening and listening, right? And I thought you are now on the next, the last NGO, but now you want to take the witness back. Can we please refrain from doing that?
I apologize, my lady.
Mr. Late, can we have the witness back?
Move on.
Continue.
As it pleases, my lady.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm going to refer you to your statement. That is paragraph 12.
Of whose statement now?
Dr. Lengwane's statement.
Can you refer us to the page?
To your statement, it's on page 36314. 36314.
Yes, I'm there, my lady.
At the end of paragraph 12, you make a statement that the NGOs were linked to their local clinics and hospital for that specific purpose. Now, if you please read the entire paragraph, but the one that I want to concentrate on relates, we have dealt already with the issue of medication. So this last paragraph where you're saying the NGOs were linked to their local clinics and hospital for that specific purpose.
If you look at paragraph 12, the last sentence of paragraph 12 on page 36314. Do you see that?
I see that, my lady.
Yes.
But can we start reading not the last paragraph?
No, I wanted you to yes, just read that paragraph, just to refresh your memory.
Yes, my lady.
Are you done?
I'm done, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Phihlela.
Before I get into the crux of this, I wanted to understand the context. When you say NGOs were linked to local clinics and hospitals for that purpose, I presume that you are referring to issues of medication, where there's a shortage of medication, or where there might be problems with regard to undiagnosed medical conditions and so forth. And I speak
My
under
lady, can I put this into perspective? Can we read from in respect of, can I read from where,
Yes.
why this, it says they are linked to? In respect of mental health care users that were sent to NGOs, it was their responsibility of the NGO to take mental health care users for follow-ups and assessments to their local clinics in order to arrange for medication before the 28-day supply was finished. The NGOs were linked to their local clinics and hospitals for that purpose. Can I explain what is the procedure here?
Yes, you can.
Patient is discharged from wherever he was, from the hospital to the NGO or home. So now, the person that is receiving a patient, it's her responsibility to take the patient for follow-ups to the clinic, like any other patient, besides even mental health, even diabetic patients, hypertension patients, they are given a schedule to say they must go to the clinic before their medications are finished. So
In
that
other
is
words,
a normal, whether
I
it's
understand-
NGO or what, even at home.
Okay, if I understand your evidence, one shouldn't wait for the patient's condition to deteriorate or wait for the medication to finish. This is sort of a routine that has to be. Yes.
It's a routine, even at home, like our mothers and myself. When I'm giving the monthly supply, I have to see to it that I go to the clinic for follow-up so that doctor checks me. So this it was the responsibility of the NGOs to take those patients, and also maybe even if it's not for medication, when they see that patients are not they're complaining of any ailment, it's their responsibility to take this patient to the clinic. So what happened is the NGOs, according to what I was given the report from our morning Monday meetings, there was a document that Mrs. Sinello received, that the district has linked specific NGOs to specific clinics. Like the patients that are at Tsepong, they are supposed to be taken to Attridgeville Clinic, which is the nearest clinic. And also, Precious Angels is supposed to take patients to the nearest clinic, which I would assume is Attridgeville. So we were told that they were linked by the district.
Okay.
That's the information that I got from our Monday meeting. But this is a normal procedure. It's not an exceptional that because it's an NGO, what is happening. This is what is happening in reality.
Thank you.
Yes.
I hope it clarifies you, Mr. Pitlela.
I'm clear, my lady, and I'm ready to pose questions in this regard. Ma'am, Mrs. Hannah Jacobas, in paragraph 21 of her statement, on page 36610, indicates that, and I quote, We then eventually ran into medication problems. Rochelle and I literally hijacked hospital pharmacies at night to assist us with medication.
Can we refer the witness to that page?
36610, paragraph 21.
Let her familiarize herself with the paragraph first. Are you there, doctor?
Paragraph 20, I'm there, my lady.
21.
Yes, my lady, I'm there.
Just read the paragraph.
Yes, my lady.
Mr. Pichela?
Yes. Now, this is a statement that was made by Ms. Anna Jacobas, and she details how they ran into medication problems because of some patients being missed medication and so on, and also how she has had to, she and Ms. Rochelle literally had to hijack pharmacies at night to assist them with medication.
What is the question?
What is the question, my lady?
Yes. The question here is, in terms of what you have testified to now, stating that there is a duty on NGOs to ensure medication or the 28-day supply of medication does not run out and so on. Now, what do you say to this situation where medication runs out, but pharmacies are unable to provide extra medication, as detailed by Ms. Rochelle Jordan here? I'm sorry, as detailed by Ms. Rochelle, as detailed by Ms. Hannah Jacobas in a statement.
That is that what the statement is saying?
Come again, my counsel.
My lady, if I may raise an issue here, and it goes back again, it's once again that this is supposition and conjecture that is being dealt with. Is my learned friend going to say patient X from such and such an NGO ran out of medication, and as a result of that, he passed away? We are going to continue going on in generalities, my lady, and I submit it doesn't bring your ladyship closer to the core of what we should be dealing with.
Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, it is impossible at this stage to be able to say that patient so-and-so died as a result of having run out of medication. Now, my understanding of these proceedings with regard to the question of causation, there could be a link between the lack of medication and the resultant death. That is a link. Now, what I'm putting to this witness, it's a fact with regard to the problems that were being experienced by the NGOs with regard to medication. Now, when it comes time for the medical experts to come and testify regarding the cause of death, then the relevance of this question will jump to the fore. Because then it will be clear that if the cause of death was because of an untreated condition, because medication was not provided, then it informs the issue of culpability on the part of the NGO. Because if the NGO had medication but they failed to give it to a patient,
Ms. Maite.
if they had medication but they failed to give it to a patient, any patient in particular, then their culpability can be established. But we are now talking in terms of the complaints received from the NGOs regarding their lack of medication.
Okay, can I hear?
Yes.
Can I first hear Mr. Van Bergen? Your reply to this?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I persist with what I put to your ladyship. This is conjecture. It is supposition.
Okay.
There is no indication that there is going to be evidence that medication in respect of a certain patient was sought from a pharmacy. The pharmacy did not have it, and as a result of that, the patient died. There is no such evidence, and I have not seen such evidence in any of the affidavits.
Okay,
submit that one cannot build a case on conjecture, as your ladyship says.
Ms. Maite?
May it please you, my lady. My lady, I agree with Mr. Pichela, it might come to the fore later on. However, at this point, what he indicated that eventually it might come to the fore in respect of determining liability, whether the medication people died as a result of lack of medication. But we have the evidence in respect of the medication. This current witness, my lady, has indicated on numerous occasions that when they left, they had medication. What happened between the bus and transition to the various NGOs, she does not have knowledge of it. What more in respect of this aspect can this current witness say, my lady? If Mr. Bichela's intention is to indicate that his witnesses are going to say X, Y, and Z, my lady, then he should put that statement forth, as opposed to going around and once again confirming things that other witnesses have said, which is with stuff that the witness has already indicated before the court. This evidence is already before the court, my lady.
Okay.
May it please you.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady,
just put your hand down. Just respond to. Oh, there is also Mr. Pinar, but okay, let's hear Mr. Pinar so that you can at the end you will respond.
My lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, I do not intend to object unnecessarily, but I think it's important to keep in mind, even the point that is raised now, when Mr. Van Bergen objected and the subsequent objections, my lady, he must not lose sight of the fact that Ms. Jacobus's statement, which is exhibit Ms. Jacobus statement, exhibit H2, corrections were made and amendments contained in exhibit H3.
Yes.
And even if we have regard to the fact that the information that Ms. Jacobus referred to regarding the supply of medication, my lady, was not presented as a proven fact or a conclusive fact. It was still founded on hearsay, because the second sentence of paragraph 21 was amended to read, I was informed by NGO managers that
just a second, let me go to the paragraph.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes. The second paragraph, I was informed that.
The second line of paragraph 21 was amended to read, I was informed by NGO managers that their medical healthcare users were discharged with only a 7-day supply of medication. And due to the chaos and hectic pace of the project, some of the NGO managers did not keep track with the medicine supply of the patients. My lady, so once again, this is hearsay evidence. It's not conclusive evidence as such. When it was presented, it became conclusive when that evidence was not the credibility thereof was not disputed during cross-examination, which was not the case of Ms. Jacobus.
Okay,
But it does not change from the fact that it's founded on hearsay presented to, information presented to Ms. Jacobus by the NGO managers.
Okay.
It's
All right.
not a fact that she perceived, found herself, or
Okay.
determined herself, as the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, with regard to the statement that I was putting to a witness, to Dr. Lengwani, it's a positive statement.
Yes.
Ms. Jacobus, on this aspect of her testimony is not hearsay. Because she's saying we then eventually ran into medication problems. She's not saying I had, she's not saying I was informed, she's saying we did. This is what I experienced firsthand. They ran into medication problems. Now
Yes.
that cannot be hearsay.
Okay.
And it was not gainsaid in cross-examination, this part of a statement. The only aspect which is hearsay and has been duly noted is with regard to the problems that were communicated to her. But this aspect of her testimony is positive. It's direct. She's saying, we. This is what we experienced.
And regarding Mr. Miss Maite's point, I think.
My lady, I think the issue here and the prevailing issue should be the issue of relevance on this aspect. Now, what is being recorded, and this is what witnesses are confirming, and I believe that is important. It's not so much, it also goes to support the credibility on this aspect, because witnesses are saying, the theme is the same, my lady.
Okay.
All these NGOs that I'm representing in this matter are complaining about the one thing, which was the
Mr. Sibara, I've noted you, but I'm going to close this. There are already 3 people. I'll just have to close it. In case you want to raise these, can you leave me to deal with Mr. Pitlela? I think yes, Mr. Pitlela, can you finalize your?
Yes, my lady. What I was saying is, witnesses are going to come and testify on this aspect.
Mr. Pitlela, I'm going to allow you to ask this question, and so that you can wrap up your cross-examination. I don't know how many questions do you still have?
There are not much, my lady, because I'm dealing with.
Why I'm asking you, I see it's almost 1:10. So I wanted to see if you can finish, but then we're going to take the lunch adjournment now, and then you'll just have to wrap up your cross-examination after lunch. Can we take the lunch adjournment and then we resume at 2:10? Where is the witness?
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. The witness is warned. Thank you very much. You are muted, Mr. Pitlela.
My apologies, my lady. Dr. Lengwane, before the
Good
break, afternoon, doctor. Before the break, I had referred you to paragraph 12 of your statement. That is on page 36314. And the paragraph, the portion of the paragraph that I wanted to deal with was
paragraph, page, or
page
36314.
That is paragraph 12. Yes, and the
But were we not at were we not on page 36610? Because otherwise you're going to repeat everything there. You were on the issue of medication. This was the statement of Hannah Jokovas.
Yes. Now
let's not go back.
Okay. Let me deal with that so that we make progress and we can finish up.
Yes, we can just put the question to the witness so that we can move on. The issue was discussed sufficiently.
Okay. Dr. Lungwane.
Yes, my lady.
That Ms. Jacobas. You'll agree with me that Ms. Jacobas. Can your ladyship hear me?
Yes, continue.
Yes, I'm saying you will agree with me that.
No. I think you are having a problem. I can't hear you.
You're breaking.
Okay, my lady. May I try to leave and come back?
I don't know whether that is going to help unless if you can shift from where you are sitting and sit at the proper place. Continue. You are muted now.
Am I audible?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, thank you, my lady. Ma'am, you'll agree with me that Ms. Jacobas was a link between NGOs and the department, the Gauteng Department of Health, and also the Mental Health Directorate.
Mrs. Jacobas is working for Mental Health Directorate as a DD. So I don't know if you say it's a link. She's working for the Mental Health Directorate. She was working.
In the department. Mm.
Yes.
Yes, but then she was the go-between, a link. She represented the interests, the NGOs and the Gauteng Department of Health, as well as the Mental Health Directorate.
If you say so as a link,
unless
I agree.
No, she has answered. Can we proceed?
Now, you'll agree with me that in paragraph 20 of her statement.
Paragraph? We're done with paragraph 20. Are we not done with that paragraph? We are at paragraph 20.
My lady, the question that I'm going to put to the witness is not going to return us to that paragraph. Should either confirm or deny so that we can fast track the whole process.
Okay.
I'm no longer going to.
Long done. Okay, I thought we were long done with that paragraph. Continue.
Yeah, I'm no longer going to quote what is in those statements.
Okay, continue.
Yes, because it's known. And
I was still in my statement. I was still, you referred me to my statement, paragraph 12. So I don't know which one are you reading now, my lady?
That was, I think you have dealt with that previously, Dr. Lingwan.
Yes.
As far as my notes. show here.
So now, which one are we on now, my lady?
He's talking about paragraph 20 of. Let's hear what he's going to say in relation to paragraph 20 of Ms. Hannah Jacob's statement. Proceed, Mr. Pitler.
As it pleases my lady. Now, this confirms that the problems with regard to insufficient medical information was known and was communicated to the department through this link being Ms. Jacobas.
Were you aware of that?
I got that information in the meeting that was called by the former head of the department, Dr. Silibano, my lady.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And what I'm putting to you, ma'am, it's nothing difficult. It is something that it's simply logical. I mean, if she's able to write that this is what I've been told, then it says that those problems were communicated to her.
Yes, that has been answered, Mr. Pitler. Can we move, please?
Yes, you'll further agree with me that in paragraph 21 of her statement, she again confirms that the issues or the problems with shortage of medication was known and it was communicated to her, to the Gauteng Department of Health through her.
But what is the issue now? Just a second, Dr. Lincoln. What is the issue, Mr. Pitler? I'm not with you anymore. Is that a repetition of the previous one? So that I can understand before the witness answers.
Paragraph 20 deals with the issue with a different issue. Paragraph 21 deals with a different issue, my lady. Okay. Hence, I indicate that in paragraph 20 we are talking of the issue of medical information. Paragraph 21 we were talking about the issue of medication, shortage of medication.
Okay. All right.
So what I'm merely putting to the witness, my lady, is the fact that this information is recorded in Ms. Jacoba's statement. As such, it means that it was reported to her. She knew about it, and as the go between herself, between the NGOs and the department, then by extension, the department was informed of those problems. Would you agree with me on that?
My lady, I agree.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you'll also agree with me that you were also made aware on the 20th of July when you visited Precious Angels that they were supposed to receive adults, supposed to receive children, but instead received adults.
The evidence is already on record, please. Let's not repeat. The witness has said that.
And that this is the reason why they were forced to use court beds instead of regular beds for those adults who were placed under their care. Do you agree with me on that?
The evidence is already
that, my lady.
Yes, the evidence is on record, yes. Mr. Pitler. I've already said that. Now you push to continue with the question.
My lady, I don't want to lose my line of thought because then I'm gonna be all over the place.
Yes, but let's not just do that without repeating questions. You have been here since we started, since yesterday. Please.
If it pleases, my lady. You agree with me that it would have been impractical at that stage to close down Precious Angels? You agree with me that it would have been impractical at that stage to close down Precious Angels, as there was no contingency plan in place to accommodate the mental health care users should Precious Angels be closed.
I cannot comment on that, my lady.
You'll agree that paragraph 23 of Mefro Jacoba's statement confirms that in some instances, when a mental health care user is discharged from one facility to another, the person has to be evaluated by a doctor to confirm the findings of the referral, but that due to time constraints in this project, that could not be done. Do you agree with me on that?
I agree, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed.
You agree that because Ms. Jacobas knew of these problems, it was reasonable for the NGOs to expect her to bring those problems to the attention of the Gauteng Department of Health, the Mental Health Care, the Mental Health Directorate, and even her seniors, being the MEC and the Minister of Health. You agree with me on that?
I cannot comment on that.
Ma'am, you agree with me that where she failed to do so, then it could not be the fault of the NGOs that their problems were not escalated to the relevant persons. You agree with me on that?
I cannot comment on that because you are saying Mrs. Jacobas.
No. I dealt already with Ms. Jacobas. You indicated that you could not comment on that. And it was a simple, straightforward question. So now I've moved on from that question. Now I'm saying that.
Please just be mindful. We just check your language. Let's just respect each other, please. When you pose questions. Yes, I don't want anybody to be saying this tomorrow morning, isn't it? Please. You start it, the next thing when it comes back to you, you complain. Let us respect the doctor, please. Continue.
Please, my lady. I meant no disrespect, Dr. Lengwane.
No, it's fine. Continue. I just wanted you to continue.
It was not deliberate on my part.
Oh, continue.
Maybe it's just the tone of my voice.
Okay.
Dr. Lengwane, the proposition that I'm putting to you is this. If the Gauteng Department of Health, for argument's sake, let's say they have appointed you to be the go-between between the department and the NGOs. Now, in the same scenario, the NGOs come to you and they report that we are having these problems. Are you with me so far, doctor?
Yes, my lady.
Just a second. Before according to me, she has responded to that question.
My lady, I was putting the question because I sort of picked up that maybe she did not understand the context of the question. But when I asked a follow-up question, my lady, because she indicated that because it relates to Ms. Jacobas, then she does not know. Okay, so it's not so much that she didn't answer, but it was because I indicated Ms. Jacobas' name in the whole thing. So now I'm putting it to her, and I want her to give me.
Ms. might have noted you, but this thing we can deal with it. I think she has answered. Let's proceed.
As it pleases my
I
lady.
think Ms. Maite was late. She has answered.
Now, you testified, ma'am, that you were supposed to do follow-ups on where mental health care users were placed. Is that not correct?
Yes, my lady.
Now, what I want to know from you, doctor, is that was there a time period that was put forward within which you are supposed to do this? Were you prescribed a time period to do those follow-ups?
Yes, my lady.
And what was that time period?
I cannot remember the time period, but it was after we have placed the patients, my lady.
Okay.
I don't know if we can access the decanting plan because it was written in there, my lady.
As it pleases my lady. You compiled a report on page 586, and it is your testimony.
Page
586. 586.
Page
Remember
586.
the report? Yes,
586.
586. Yes, it was a report. I remember they were even showing you how to turn the page.
Yeah, to rotate right, which I did, yes.
Same report that I'm referring to here, doctor. Now, it is my understanding from paragraph 15 of your statement on page 36315 that when that report was compiled, you did not utilize the audit tool. Is that not correct?
Yes, we utilized the support visit tool, not the audit tool.
Indeed.
Because it was a support visit, my lady.
Indeed. Now, I think we have already accepted that. I'll move on from that one, my lady. I don't think there's a need to pose it at this stage.
I'm looking at my time now. I think I'm looking at my time. You're not going to spend the whole day. Continue.
Lady,
You said you were wrapping up, isn't it?
I'm trying to fast track this process as fast as I can. Instead of, because the slow process is when I have to refer to statement. So now I've summarized.
Okay.
Yes.
Continue.
Yes. The Department of Health, the Gauteng Department of Health and the Mental Health Directorate knew that there was a shortage of linen, as borne out by the statement of Ms. Jacobas. Because
as
in
borne
that
out
statement,
by the statement of
Ms. Jacobas.
Okay.
Because in her statement, she indicates.
Okay, it's fine. Continue with the question.
Yes. I'm saying the Gauteng Department of Health then knew that there was a shortage of linen. And that was before your visit to Precious Angels on the 20th of July. You agree with me on that?
Come again, my lady, cancer. I knew about what?
I'm putting the proposition to you that the Gauteng Department of Health and the Mental Health Directorate, they knew that there was a shortage of linen. And this fact is borne out by the statement of Ms. Jacobas, because she's the one who speaks about the shortage of linen. And she was cross-examined extensively on this aspect.
Okay, it's
so
fine.
I'm putting it to you that the Gauteng Department knew about this shortage of linen.
And he went on to say that was before you visited Precious Angels. Do you agree or disagree with the statement? Would you know?
I wouldn't know, my lady.
Continue, Mr.
Now, this aspect, just to refer you to the relevant paragraph and for the benefit of the court, it is ventilated in paragraph 5.5 of the statement. I will not ask a follow-up question since the witness indicates he does not know. Tell me, ma'am, during these meetings that you hold, I take it that all the stakeholders in the project, in the marathon project, will be involved. Is that not correct?
Are you still there, Doctor?
Correct, my lady.
Yes. Did you get the question?
The question was, he will take that during the meetings, the project people will be involved.
All the stakeholders.
All the stakeholders.
Yes, and your response is yes.
It's supposed to be like that.
Okay. I take it that we are talking about what you referred to as Monday meetings. Am I correct?
For Monday meetings.
Yes.
The Monday meetings, it was for the Mental Health Directorate.
Oh, these are your other meetings.
This is our meeting, the Monday meeting. And then the project meeting.
Okay.
Some of the meetings I didn't attend.
Okay.
I'm indebted to the court on that clarification.
Which meetings were referred to as these quarterly meetings? Just a second. There were meetings that other witnesses referred to as quarterly meetings.
Which one, Kota? I don't understand. Maybe I need clarity regarding the meetings, because there's meeting that was scheduled for the project team. There's mental health directorate meetings.
Okay.
So I don't know which one is he referring to, my lady.
Yes. Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, it pleases my lady. I was more interested in the Monday meeting. The one you call the Monday meeting.
The Monday meeting we will attend if we are on duty. Sometimes the Monday meeting, somebody is off or off sick, he won't be in that meeting, my lady. But the Mental Health Directorate, we were attending the meeting unless otherwise.
And
my lady.
That was only for the Mental Health Directorate.
The Monday meetings, yes. It's our directorate meeting, my lady.
And there were also meetings for the project team.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. And okay, thank you. Continue, Mr.
So please, my lady. What I wanted to establish from you, ma'am, was there ever a meeting?
Was
it common?
No, but you are breaking, man. I don't know.
I can't see the.
Mr. Sibara has been saying.
Yes, my lady. I cannot see the witness as well.
But it's not a problem. If you can get a proper posture, then that will be fine. Position.
Is it better now, my lady? Not better.
Yeah, continue where you were.
Okay. Is it common for you and Ms. Jacob meeting together, in those meetings together?
Come again?
Pardon, my lady?
I'm saying, was it common for you and Ms. Jacobas to be in those meetings together? Those meetings?
Myself and Ms. Jacobas, we are working for the Mental Health Directorate. So whenever there are meetings, we will attend, unless if somebody is not in that meeting, like myself. Let me give you my role. I am responsible for the hospitals. So sometimes in that meeting, maybe there is something that cropped up that I have to attend to the hospital. Then I won't be in that meeting. And my director will be knowing that I cannot be in that meeting, as well as Mrs. Jacobas.
Okay, thank you. So it means there were instances where both of you could attend the same Monday meetings?
Yes, my lady.
Mr.
Do you
Pichel,
recall
where are we going with this question? I see you are spending too much time on this now. I didn't think that you were going to. Where are you going with this question? If you can assist me about the meetings, what do you want to establish?
I wanted to understand on the issue of reporting. I'm dealing with the issue of reporting of the problems, the lines of communication between the department and the NGOs. And this is informed by the duty as it was articulated by this witness under cross-examination by Advocate Van Bergen SC, where she indicated that there is a duty on NGOs to report where a patient is presents with a condition that was not included on the documents.
Yes, just finish the point. You have started this point long time ago,
yes.
please.
Yes, I am about to finish, my lady. If the court could just bear with me for a few minutes, I'll be done. Ma'am, do you recall of any time where, during one of the meetings where you and Mrs. Jacobas were in attendance, that she reported on the problems that were being experienced by the NGOs?
Where she reported what, my lady?
The problems.
Where she reported the problems, yes.
The NGOs concerns.
Yes, my lady.
Do you still recall the date when that happened?
I cannot recall the date, my lady.
Would there be minutes of that meeting somewhere for me to find?
We can ask our director for those minutes that we used to have, my lady.
Yes, it pleases. I'm about to finish.
Just finish. You keep on saying that. Yes. You keep on saying you are finishing. Just finish if you finish.
Yes, it pleases, my lady.
Yes, continue.
Yes. I want us to clarify one incident that happened on the 20th of July, 2016 at Precious End. 20th of July, 2016.
I hope we are not repeating what you have said previously, because the date, the witness knows the date by heart now. Continue.
There's also the 23rd of June, my lady.
No. She has been talking about the 20th of July.
With regard to this aspect that I want to
we can't hear you. You are moving. I don't know. You are not settled. You are moving like, and I don't know.
My lady, I'm simply referring to
it's going to be a problem with the record. Continue. It's just that you are not stable. You know. Continue.
I can't help it, my lady.
Yes, but you have been doing well yesterday. We never experienced this problem, did you? Continue. The problem is you are not going to be captured properly on record.
If I may, my lady, with leave of
Continue.
court. You found only one toilet for 15 female mental health care users.
She found
Only one toilet, lavatory toilet, and that was for 15 mental health care users. This is what you reported on this document on page 582 and also on your statement on paragraph 15. Now, what I wanted to find out from you with regard to this aspect, in the report, I see that it is subdivided into discussion points, challenges, and resolutions. But I note that you neither recorded this issue of one toilet being assigned to 15 people as a challenge, and you also did not make any recommendations about its resolution. Is that not correct?
Did the witness read the report? Just a second. The witness was not afforded the opportunity to look at that report that you're talking about. You said you were only referring her to that specific portion that you referred her in the morning. And she stated on record that she was seeing the report for the first time.
My lady, this report, it was compiled by her and Mrs. Senelo and Mr. Mugali.
Which report on what on what page?
582.
582.
Yes, it starts on 582. I'm referring her to page 585.
She must first look at the report.
As it pleases, my lady.
You can go to 582.
585 of Precious. This is the report that I wrote, my lady.
Okay, all right. It's not that the previous one. Ne?
No.
So you are referring her to on which page?
Please open page 587.
587.
Yes.
Where are you going with this question? You said she didn't report about the issue of one toilet being utilized by 15 patients.
I'm not saying she did not report. I'm saying she did not record it as a challenge. Nor
yes,
did she make
my question is, before she answers, where are you taking us with this question so that we can understand your question?
Can the witness step aside so that I can explain what I'm trying to say here?
Okay. Because we seem to be allowing everything now.
Please.
I thought you were dealing with the issue of causation. Now I'm stuck. I don't know if you can enlighten me.
My lady.
I thought you were finishing. Now you are coming with reports, eh?
I'm at the end of my cross-examination.
Okay, let's hear about this report.
Because it has been recorded in the witness statement. That is her findings, and the manner in which it is recorded, she's reporting a situation of chaos, and which immediately prompted her to recommend
the closure
on the spot that the NGO should close with immediate effect.
Okay, yes.
Now, I am noting her selective consents. If
you are noting her?
Selective consents, because to me, if it was a problem to record that there is only one toilet, and similarly with the beds, it is the same. It is in the same category as the court beds.
How is it going to assist me to determine the issue of causation?
My lady, it's going to assist this court, because if people are being housed in an environment that is not conducive and not commensurate with human dignity, then that presupposes that there is a high degree of likelihood that they may be infected or face secondary infections or reinfections or whatever the case might be. So we are talking about disease mitigation in this instance, my lady, with respect. Hence, the mention of one toilet for 15 people, it's a measure of concern.
I see Mr. Late there. Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady, that is the problem that we had since the start. The people want to speculate on possibilities of causes of death. There is no criminal trial. Everything is to everybody's disposal. All the post-mortem reports are available. Where there are no post-mortems, you can't make a finding concerning death. We all know from the arbitration that this whole exercise was not inhuman. But this doesn't help this court to come to a finding. We know it was derogatory to the mental health care users, but that was dealt with in the arbitration. This court must now find whether a specific person can be held liable for the death of a specific deceased. That's the only finding that court can make.
Yes, but okay.
It's not taking.
Can I hear? Thank you, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I see there's another hand raised, so I don't know if I should just proceed.
I think it's Mr. Late's hand, unless is there any other person?
Miss Maite.
Oh, Miss Maite.
Yes.
You are muted.
I apologize, my lady. My lady, perhaps this particular this very point about the toilets not being included in the record here, my lady. Maybe we can just move on from it. If Mr. Pichela was to read under physical resources, it actually does indicate that there's one toilet for staff and users throughout although most of the users are on nappies. So this question
is it somewhere?
It is definitely there by the second last line before patient care. So,
but even then, whether it is included or not, where is it taking us? That is my question.
My submission, my lady, is that it doesn't take us further, but based on the fact that most objections take longer than if the question was answered, I just thought perhaps this might just be assistive in progressing the matter.
Thank you,
my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
My lady?
Did you see where she has referred to that it is included?
I've referred to that specific report. That is the page that I indicated, page 587. It's also there in paragraph. It's in paragraph.
So now why do you say it's not included?
I'm not saying it's not included.
No, you say she doesn't record it. I don't know. Did you say that in the report, the witness?
Oh, because I was never allowed to pose the question and finalize. What I want to clarify the court is this. I'm saying under challenges, and if they listen to me carefully, it is recorded as a discussion point.
Okay, so it means it is. So it means it is part of the report.
It was reported under discussion points, but when it comes to being recognized as a challenge, it was not indicated as such.
Okay.
And with the recommendations, it was also no recommendations were forthcoming. And what I wanted from the witness, my lady, was simply an indication of why it was not. Was it because it's not an issue that was important? And that is all she could have said. Yes, it wasn't important. That's why I did not record it.
Okay,
or she could say it was important, and then we'll be done.
Well, whether it is included or not, where does it take us, Mr. Pichela, so that we can lay the matter to rest? It is there in the report. Whether it is included or not, where does it take us?
My lady, yes, I've indicated to the Honorable Court.
I don't want you to repeat what you have said. Okay, where is the witness? The witness can just answer, then we proceed. Otherwise, we're just going to take another year.
As it pleases,
my lady.
Yes.
Regarding the toilet.
Yes.
One toilet, according to the infrastructural norm, is one toilet is to 8 or 10 people. So for Precious Angels, it was sufficing that one toilet because 3 patients are the ones that were using the toilet and the rest were on nappies.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Dr. Lewan. That's the clarity that I required.
Thank you.
On this
Can you
part.
continue, Mr. Pichela?
Ma'am, I'm going to put to you a list of names. These are people that have died, who were presented with illness, and they were taken to hospitals where some of them subsequently died. I'm going to start with the
Do you
list
have the
relevant.
names on a specific page so that I shouldn't write them?
Indeed, my lady, I was about to refer the court to that.
Okay.
The first one would be under the statement by Ms. Diane Noile of Siabadinga, page 497. That is on paragraph 8, my lady.
497, paragraph 8.
Yes. The only proviso, my lady, with regard to the names is it's not all of them that were taken to hospital. So from what I'm going to put forward, it's only those that were taken to hospital. And this is with reference to what the witness has testified to as what she would expect to have been done where a person suddenly falls sick.
Yes.
The first patient is Mr. Jabulani Mhlongo. I'm not going to go into a recital of the circumstances, merely to say that he was taken to hospital.
Yes.
As was expected. The second one is Mr. Tien Cruz or Kraus.
Yes.
The third one is Refilwe Sefoka.
Refilwe Sefoka.
Indeed, my lady.
Yes.
And this were in respect of Siabadinga.
So they were at Siabadinga before they were transferred to the hospital, to the hospitals.
They were at Siabadinga where they fell sick and they were taken to hospital. Now, Dr. Lengwan, you would agree with me that if you accept that indeed that has happened, then the NGOs acted reasonably in this regard by taking these patients who fell sick to a hospital.
I agree with you, my lady.
The second set of witnesses, a certain set of patients, are on paragraph 14 on page 1470.
1470, paragraph 14.
Yes. Paragraph 14, it contains a list of witnesses, my ladies, from 1470 to 1471. Again, I've not included all the names of the ones who were not affected by being taken to hospital. I've only included those that fell sick and were taken to hospital.
These ones, what
And
happened?
it's Daniel Charles.
They were where before? Oh, they were at Precious Angels, fell sick,
Yes.
and they were taken to the hospitals.
Taken to hospitals. If I were to go into the circumstances, it will take us the whole day.
No, you have made your point.
Yes.
We have got the statements to read.
Daniel Charles, Solima Shero, Terence Chava.
Wait, I must note the names.
Daniel Charles, Soli Mashero, Terence Chava,
Daniel Charles,
Sipiwe Makunga,
Soli Mashero, and who? Spiwe.
Terence Chava. It's Terence
Terence
Chaba.
Chaba. Yes.
Sipiwe Makunga.
Yes.
Eric Mashilwani.
Yes.
Kogo Nene. Matlakala Elizabeth Mutwahai.
Is that all?
Elizabeth Buotha. There's 3 more.
Just a second.
Lucky Maseko. Sipiwe Tebete. Julian Peterson.
Julian Peterson.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Mubo testified that this
No.
patient.
We can't proceed this way. You are not audible. Either you have to leave the meeting and rejoin. And I don't know.
To propose that, my lady, we are finding it difficult to get the names.
The names are on page. It's just that they must be properly captured on record. I thought you were exiting the meeting and rejoining.
Oh.
Yes, if just for the sake of progress, the first part, the witness has already answered. Mr. Sibara, I don't know whether you captured the first part of the names for the first part.
It's fine. I'm okay. I've got the statement of Ethel. It's fine.
Yes, but now it's not all of them there. He just mentioned those that on page 1470,
yes,
paragraph 14, he only mentioned those that were at Precious Angels. They fell sick and were taken to hospital.
Yes,
so it's Daniel Charles, Soli Mashiro, Terence Chaba, Sipiwa Makunga, Eric Mashilwani, Kukunene, Matlakala Elizabeth Mutwagai, Elizabeth Buota, Lucky Maseko, Sipiwe Tebete, and Julian Peterson.
Yes, I've noted them. Thanks a lot,
Okay, thank you.
As it pleases, my lady.
Proceed. What is the question to the witness?
My lady, I thought it was answered. It's the same question as the first one.
It wasn't answered because you were not audible. Just pose the question and then the witness will answer.
The question I wanted to pose to the witness is that if you accept that this patient fell sick and they were taken to hospital, then it means that the NGO acted reasonably.
They acted reasonably by taking the patients to the hospital, my lady. But can I comment on something that I'm seeing here, my lady?
Continue.
I visited the Precious Angels on the 20th of July. I see here there is Julia Kidiboni Chawe, who passed on the 12th of September of July 2016.
Just a second.
I
want to follow. Let me go to this. Yes, I'm there.
Yes.
You say Julia who?
I see Julia Kidiboni Chawe.
Where do you see the name?
It's
on
the
which
first
paragraph?
Paragraph 14. 14.
My lady, if I may be of assistance.
Page 1469.
1469. Just a second. I want to follow. Let's not disturb the witness. Julia, yes, that's the first one. Yes.
Yes.
Continue.
When I visited on the 20th.
Mm.
And I see here he passed on the 12th. So, but I was not informed about her. We only heard about Christopher Makoba when we visited. So I'm just concerned, and I want to put it forth to you regarding that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
She said she visited on the 20th. Is the 20th of July?
Just a second, Mr. Sibara.
20th of
just
July.
Please, just a second, please. I'll deal with your issue, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Sibara.
My lady, I think the witness already answered. She testified that she visited on the 20th of July.
I don't know whether you answered, but please avoid when the witness is still talking. The court needs to also understand the witness testimony. If I may, what I picked up from the witness is that she visited Precious Angels on the 20th of July 2016. And she realizes that on this very paragraph that he was referred to, there is a Julia Kidiboni Chawe who passed on the 12th of July. She was not informed about this death. The only thing that came to her attention was about Christopher Mahoba, who passed on the 3rd of July. So she's just bringing this to our attention. Thank you.
Please, my
lady.
Just a second, the witness wants to say something.
My lady, as I go down, also there is another one, Sarafina Ngobo, on the
page
18th.
Yes, I see
the
that.
very same page.
Yes, it's page, the next page, 1470. Continue.
There's another one, my lady, on the 12th.
Who's that on the 12th?
Sipiwe Makunga.
Yes.
I wanted to bring to the court notice that when I visited, these patients were not reported to me.
Their deaths were not reported.
Yes. Thank you, my lady.
I'm sorry, my lady, if I may. Are you saying that deaths were not reported to you or reported at all?
I mean, to me, when I visited that, I must be aware that she had this patient and then so many patients passed on that she referred to the hospital.
When did you first become aware of the deaths at Precious Angels yourself?
On the 13th of July at the meeting at Vescopi's Hospital.
Okay.
About only Christopher Makoba, my lady.
Continue.
My lady, can I cross-examine on this aspect regarding the first one, Julia Gilbom?
Continue with your cross-examination, Mr.
Ma'am, according to my
Dr.
client will
Lengwane.
testify, Dr. Lengwane, my client will come and testify.
Which client
she
now?
reported the death. We are on Ethel Ngube's statement, my lady.
Continue.
She will come and testify that she reported the death to Mr. Lehau, who advised her to arrange with the undertaker, and that the deceased body was removed from Kalafong Hospital by put you to rest undertaker from Atteridgeville.
Thank you for that, my lady.
Continue.
As it pleases my lady. With regard to Mr. Simpiwe Makunga, Mr. Makunga passed on the 12th of July 2016 at Kalafong Hospital. He did not pass on at Precious Angels. That is what my client will come and testify to.
Do you want the witness to respond, or are you just putting facts?
No, I want the witness to respond. Because Kalafong Hospital, it falls under the Gauteng Department of Health. So that information was known and available to the department.
I thought we dealt with that one, my lady. I was just bringing forth to say those patients that demised. I wanted the court to know that when I went to the support visit on the 20th, I was not made aware. And the council has explained that they were reported to Mr. Lehau, who is the Tshwane District Mental Health Coordinator.
Okay. Now, what he is now putting...
I'm satisfied, my lady.
Yes, but now what he's saying to you now is that this one, Simpiwe Makunga, passed on at Kalafong Hospital. Maybe that is the reason why you were not told about his death.
Fair enough, my lady.
Continue.
This is my lady. I'm going to move on to Ms. Karina Mrale. Paragraph 13, that is on page 551 to page 552.
551.
Yes, to 552. And as with the others, I have selected only the names that are relevant in the sense of, in the context of the question that was posed. And that is...
Okay, that's fine.
Yes. Sina Mosalo. Paragraph 13, 1-3, my lady.
Yes, continue.
That is Sina Mosalo.
So these are also the patients who were at Siabadinga. They fell ill and they were taken to the hospital.
Correct, my lady.
My lady.
Just a second. Come again.
I hear we said Siabadinga. Is it not at Tshepong?
Karina Morale, it's Tshepong, correct. My apologies.
It's Tshepong, my lady. The second name, my lady,
Just a
Abel.
second. Yes.
The second name is Abel Nkwe.
Abingwe. Ngwe.
Abel.
Oh.
A-B-E-L. Nkwe. N-K-G-W-E, my lady.
Yes, I see the spelling here. Continue.
Olos Mahane.
Yes.
Franz Decker.
Is it?
Then Jan Snyder. Johannes Water.
Yes.
And in respect of this list of patients who perished, they fell sick and they were taken to hospital. So in those circumstances, would you say that the NGO acted reasonably? Or you would agree with me that they acted?
I agree with you, my lady.
The final list, my lady, is with reference to Dorothy Franks. Mevrouw Dorothy Franks. This is on page 361.
This is now Nkane.
That is Enka, my lady. This is on page 361. And it's on paragraph 7. Uh,
361.
yes.
Yes, continue. Does the witness have?
Yes, my lady, I'm there.
Yes.
And the names are Mr. Kenneth Soga.
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Gumede. Miss Charity Razoto.
Yes.
And Mr. Howard Lowe.
Yes.
Ms. Franks will testify that these patients became ill. They were taken to hospital. In those circumstances, you would agree with me that she acted reasonably. Is that not
I agree, my lady.
correct? So please, my lady, that concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Pihlela.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Dr. Lengwane.
It's almost 3:15. Who was going to follow you? Was it Prof is done, therefore it will be Mr. Sibara.
Yes, my lady.
I see he's eagerly waiting for it.
My lady, I just even heard the court breathing out loud. It has been quite a long day. It has been quite a long day. I don't know if the witness is still well, because my cross-examination will even go beyond 4, my lady, in view of time.
But we can utilize this time. And are you still fine, doctor? Or do you want us to start tomorrow? But we still have about 45 minutes.
We can go on, my lady. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
All right. Just listen attentively. Mr. Sibara is the one who always makes noise. So just be careful with this one.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
I'm Advocate Sibara, representing Dr. Manamela, your former head of department.
Yes, my lady.
I just want us to quickly preface our engagements with your answer you gave to my colleague, Mr. Pichel.
Before you do anything, outline.
Thank you.
The issues.
Oh, thank you, my lady. My lady, the court will note that Dr. Lingwani, she was part of the termination plan. She was part of the directorate. She was as well, my lady, involved at Waverley, which is the Center for Life Esidimeni. She was, in my view and in our view, played a significant role during the termination, the identification of mental health care users to be discharged at Waverley, some to be discharged to hospitals, some to NGOs, some to homes. And by and large, if the court would have cognizance to a statement, they put our client at a center position with regard to the termination as the head of the department. And the court will as well appreciate that, as per the recommendation of the arbitrator, the purpose of this inquest is to investigate whether the Department of Health, that is Gauteng, was liable by omission or by conduct to the death of the mental health care users. That puts squarely my client in the coalition cause, and she was specifically singled out by the arbitrator, my lady. And this witness evidence cuts to the heart of my client's case. These were the people who were very directly close to my client. And the structure of our cross-examination, as Dr. Manamela's team would touch on the issues of patients' transfers from Waverley in particular, which this witness is concerned, to NGOs, hospitals, homes. It will as well straddled around the death of patients during the transfer, after the transfer, post-transfer, pre-transfer, post-transfers. These issues, my lady, we are of the view that they are quite central to the determination of causation, because here, my lady, the court is invited to zoom in into legal causation, which in our view is built around circumstantial evidence leading towards the demise, unfortunately, of the mental health care users. In our view, my lady, I'm of the view that we have placed enough opening submissions for this court to allow us to cross-examine this witness. And further than that, my lady, the court will note that by virtue of the recommendations of the arbitrator, which the arbitrator set the tone of this inquest, and it was as a result of the arbitration that we are sitting here today. It's one of the recommendations that inquest should be held precisely to look at these three persons of interest. Those are our submissions, my lady.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Madam, proceed.
I hear when you put all this outline, but we'll hear the questions as they come.
Thank you,
I'm going to give you the opportunity. I don't want an instance where I'll be told, but you allowed us, because when you put issues like that, they could be general issues, but I'm going to allow you depending on the questions that will come.
Once again,
if the question exceeds those bounds, I will have to interject, or anyone will have to interject, and I'll let the court will deal with it and hear you. So for now, I'm allowing you, because I don't know the questions that you're going to ask. You have an outline, you have put your outline, but I don't know the questions as to what extent. Let's continue. I'm going to allow you continue now.
let's hope, my lady, we are going to do this cross-examination without a gun on our head.
Okay, continue.
This is the court, my lady.
Yes.
Doctor, I wanted to preface our cross-examination just to pick up from from Mr. Pihlela's cross-examination to you. You testified that you were responsible for hospitals. Are you referring to hospitals in general or specific hospitals?
Hospitals that are providing service for mental health patients.
Thank you, doctor. In that regard,
there's Opis, Sterkfontein, Tara, Bara, Leratong, all those that are designated to provide psych services.
And at the time of Life Esidimeni contract termination, did you utilize some of these hospitals which were under your supervision? Did you utilize to transfer patients?
Yes, my lady.
Let's
Kalinen, Sterkfontein, and Vescopis.
Doctor, let's just take it a bit slow. Let's start. Okay. You said Kalinen, which is CCRC.
Yes, my lady.
And which one?
Vescopis.
Okay. Another one?
Sterkfontein.
And do you recall how many patients were transferred to CCRC?
I can't recall. I have to look at my statistic or the statistics that is provided to the department, my lady.
And do you have any ideas whether patients after transferred to CCRC demised mental health care users?
As we got the report, my lady.
Yes.
How many perhaps may be passed on?
My lady, it will be difficult for me to can say how many, because 2016 up to now, I cannot recall. But surely the statistic is there.
And it will then be common cause that patients who were transferred from Life Esidimeni facility as a result of the termination of the contract, who were sent to CCRC, unfortunately passed on. Is that correct?
I agree with you.
And let's just exhaust CCRC a bit. And CCRC, it is common cause that it's a government institution. Is that correct?
You are correct, my lady.
And with all the resources available to intervene as and when patients were sick. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Notwithstanding the fact that this is a government hospital, patients who were transferred to this hospital after the termination of the contract passed away. Is that correct?
What is the question, my lady?
Notwithstanding the fact that CCRC is a government hospital with all the resources, unfortunately, patients who were transferred from Life Esidimeni to CCRC passed away.
Correct, my lady.
And let's go to Vescopis. I don't want to cause difficulties to your recollection, doctor. Will I be correct that you won't be in a good position to can tell this court how many patients were transferred to Vescopis as well? By virtue of passage of time?
Or
do you recall?
I cannot be exact, but let me more than maybe. I don't want to guess because there's a statistic that was written. Maybe if we can go to the statistic, I don't want to say 50 and where else maybe there were 100.
Thank you, Doctor.
My lady.
Thank you. I'm not going to hold you to the number. You wanted to give a statistic, an estimation how many patients were sent to Vescopies. I'm not going to hold you to that. Can you estimate?
Maybe let me check my documents if I've got them there, if I could access them.
Certainly.
Roughly, let's take maybe 100 if I'll be correct. Because that is the hospital that was eyed for to be transferring patients.
We let's work on a plus minus 100 as you estimated.
Thank you, my lady.
And Sterkfontein, do you recall how many? Your estimation will suffice.
From Waverley, if I'm correct, maybe 30, and then they received from Randfontein. Both, all these hospitals, they were receiving from Waverley and from Randfontein.
May I proceed, my lady? I see you.
Yes. No. Continue.
And do you have any recollection how many patients, if any, passed away at Vescopies after they were transferred from life Esidimeni facilities as a result of the termination?
If I recall, Vescopies, it's 2. If I remember very well, hence I'm saying 2016 to 2021, it's a long time. And Sterkfontein, none.
Let me help you, Doctor. Dr. Manamela will confirm your evidence that at Vescopies, before she was suspended, she got the statistics of only 2 patients who passed on at Vescopies. My lady, if I can just quickly record this. Doctor, here we are talking about established state facilities. Will I be correct?
Correct, my lady.
And correct me if I'm wrong, these patients, before the termination, before they were put at life Esidimeni facilities, they were coming originally from these government hospitals and they will be transferred to life Esidimeni. That is before the termination of the contract, correct?
The normal process, correct, my lady.
And now they are, then the direction is from life Esidimeni to the government institution, is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
And they as well died at government institution, is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
And will I be correct that as it was put by Mr. Phihlela, now the common denominator which I pick up here is that patients died at NGOs and they as well died at government hospitals. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
And at the time where you were sitting at Waverley yourself with Ms. Sinello, did you foresee that if mental health care users were transferred to these 3 government hospitals based on your recommendations about their state of health, they would die? Did you foresee that?
I didn't foresee that, my lady.
Based on your experience with psychiatric patients, and as well as based on your qualifications, and before I go there, I just want to please remind me, how many years of experience did you have at the department at the time of termination?
I mentioned yesterday. It's
around. Malede was not around.
Okay.
36 years.
To close the windows. Just a second for me. I just want to close the windows. Mr.
Thank you, Malede.
Mr. Sibara.
Thank you. I can't see the court, Malede.
You can't see me?
No, not at all.
Can you see me now?
No, I don't think the witness can see.
No, my lady.
We can't see.
You can't see me, both of
lady.
you?
No, we can't.
I don't know what happened, but...
It's technology, my lady. I think I'll proceed as long as you can hear us. It's fine. Oh, okay. Thank you, my lady. We can see you now. You are just muted only.
I cannot see her, my lady.
You can't see me?
No, my lady.
We can see you, my lady.
You can't see me also?
We can see you, my lady. We can see you.
I can see you now, my lady.
All right.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor.
But I can't see Council Sibara.
Yeah, now technology is playing games with us, my lady.
Yeah, but people have been seeing me the whole day. I don't know, Mr. Sibara, what's wrong with you now?
No.
Now I see Mr. Sibara. I don't see you, my lady.
I think we're back in full force. Let's proceed. Right. Dr. Lingwane, will I be correct that when you went to Waverley during the termination, you, as you testified, you used your experience as a nurse. You were doing nurse. My apology, my lady. You were doing everything at your best to make sure that the best interest of the mental health care users are looked after during these transfers. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
And that will be correct further, doctor, that is the reason why yourself and Ms. Sinello, you were prepared to go there and assist, because the department had the interest of the mental health care users at heart. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady, but under duress.
Dr. Lingwane, will I be correct that at the time when you went to Waverley, you were a government official employee?
Correct, my lady.
And your answer now that you went to Waverley under duress, are you suggesting to this court that you were forced to go to Waverley?
I would say I was forced because I objected to go there because my job description was for the hospital, not for Life Esidimeni. And Life Esidimeni have been transferring patients to the hospitals. So I didn't see why should I be allocated to Life Esidimeni. But when Dr. Manamela told me that Life Esidimeni hasn't reduced the number of beds as was expected by the department, that is where then I went. My lady.
Thank you.
Doctor, at the time of termination of contract, this reduction of beds, which was a strategic plan, and now the termination of contract. Let us not mix the two. I heard you saying that Dr. Manamela told you that Life Esidimeni was not reducing the number of beds. Did I hear you correctly?
Can I explain why I said so, my lady?
Yes.
Yes.
This process, it was reduction of beds all along. That Life Esidimeni was expected to reduce number of beds as given by the department, 200 annually.
Okay.
Then there came termination. Still, Life Esidimeni was the one that were transferring the patients also. Then I became involved in marathon project where I was allocated at Waverley from May. Hence, I said I was there from May, June with the marathon because all along it was termination. Then it came marathon. Thank you, my lady.
Just a second. So now you are categorizing these phases: termination, reduction, termination, marathon 3.
Yes.
And reduction, Life Esidimeni was reducing. Transfer, Life Esidimeni was transferring.
Yes.
On transfer, you are talking about the normal transfer from Life Esidimeni to specific NGOs, which it was being done on a regular basis.
Yes, my lady.
So now marathon is the one you are talking about now. We are talking the contract has been terminated.
Where I was involved now in May because during the termination, there was somebody who's allocated responsible for Life Esidimeni, whereas I was doing my hospitals at that time. Though we would go and assist there and there, but actively to be at Life Esidimeni, it was at the marathon period, May and June 2016, Doctor, my lady.
Doctor, I hear you. Let's work on, if you need to explain, I'll give you the opportunity. Yes, no basis. Marathon. Thank you. Marathon is when we are talking about the contract has been terminated now. The Life Esidimeni contract has been terminated. You are supposed to go to Waverley to have the process going smoothly. Is that correct?
But they not fully because I was still doing my job of the hospitals at that time.
So you were doing your hospital jobs on the other hand, and as well
the other days
you expected to be at Waverley.
On Wednesdays, my lady, which started, I think, I went there on the 6th of April, my lady. I was not full-time at Waverley. I started to be at Waverley during the marathon, May and June 2016.
We have captured that, doctor. During May, June 2016, is that the period which you are telling this court that you went there under duress?
Yes, my lady. Isn't it that can we get a understanding, my lady?
Yes.
I said this project was in 3 phases. There was no marathon, there was no termination, but it was reduction, which was the first phase. That Life Esidimeni was involved. They were the ones that were doing everything, transferring patients to the respective hospitals and NGO. That is where they cited, they indicated that they don't know these new NGOs that came forth because they've been transferring patients to the NGOs that were known to them. So I was not part of that, the reduction. Then came the termination. Still, the termination, Life Esidimeni continued, but isn't it that it came to the department to say because they failed to reduce the number of beds as expected
by the department.
Then, yes, then came the marathon.
Thank you.
Which now derailed everything now.
Tell me, doctor, who allocated you your duties that you are going to be in charge of hospitals? Anna Jacobus in charge of NGOs? Hold on. I'm not talking about during the marathon. During your normal day duties, who allocated you that space?
Who allocated what?
Your responsibilities. You are going to be in charge of hospitals. I'm talking about the directorate.
Yes.
You are going to be in charge of the hospitals. Anna Jacobus, you are going to be in charge of NGOs. The other team, Sinelo, will be in charge of substance abuses. Who was in
community services?
Community services. Thanks for the correction, doctor.
Yes.
Who in charge of giving this job description, allocating your work?
My supervisor, Dr. Manamela, was working under Dr. Manamela's supervision as our director. And then all this, I was for the hospitals. Dr. Franz Tobani was for Life Esidimeni. Salome Mashile was doing substance abuse and supporting City of Johannesburg clinics and Westrand, and Mrs. Sinelo responsible for the entire community services, and then Frida Sinelo, substance abuse, and then Hannah Jacobus, NGOs, and Ekurhuleni and Esidimeni district.
So,
Thank you, my lady.
In terms of the powers of Dr. Manamela, she had the powers to delegate you to do certain responsibilities within the directorate.
You are correct, my lady.
And when you say, don't tell the court about reduction, marathon, cancellation. When you say, let's specifically, I'm curious about the word you have used here, which is very disturbing, that you went there under duress. And my question is, when you say you went there under duress, was this during the May-June 2016 period?
The May-June even during the termination when I'm supposed to go and identify, it was under duress because that was not my job description, my lady.
So your job description of hospital, will I be correct that it was not a constitutional right? It was your duty as a government employee. It can change anytime. Is that correct?
As allocated by my supervisor, my lady.
That's correct.
Yes, hence I went, but it was under duress because Life Esidimeni has been performing this duty without even if, let's look at this situation. If Life Esidimeni was given time, then let's forget about the marathon. If Life Esidimeni was allowed the time that was in the strategic plan to say reduce this number of patients without whether I was at the Life Esidimeni or not, this process could have continued.
Doctor, I'm not going to go back to the generalization. From where I'm sitting, I can deduct that you were a beta employee when you went to Life Esidimeni during May, June 2016, because you were removed from your responsibilities, your comfort space. You were bitter. You were not happy.
I was bitter, my lady.
And why were you bitter when Dr. Manamela, she's allocating you work when you are a government employee?
I was bitter because the time period that is being given, that termination, we should terminate the patients by the 31st of May at Waverley and then 30th of June. In 30th of June 2016. It was a short period. I was bitter.
Doctor, did Dr. Manamela terminate Life Esidimeni contract?
I don't know, but I was told by Dr. Manamela that MEC Cedani Mahlangu has terminated the contract. I was told by Dr. Manamela.
Doctor, you've got 36 years of experience within the department. You testified that you attended a meeting on the 29th of 26, if not 29 January 2016 at Randfontein. Is that correct?
Sure.
The MEC is reporting about cancellation. Is that correct?
Correct, my lady.
Doctor, as an experienced deputy director, did you later learn, with your own experience, you are witnessing these occurrences, you are attending meetings with families, did you then learn that the MEC is the one who terminated the contract?
Before we went to the meeting, already we heard that Life Esidimeni should terminate. So the meeting, we went to the meeting because the MEC was going to explain to the family members. But I knew before going to the meeting that Dr. Manamela told us in our meeting, before I went to the Waverley meeting.
And she expressed it to you that the MEC terminated the contract. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
And the circumstances which then occasioned you to be then assigned to Waverley from May 2016 to June 2016 was as a result of the termination. Is that correct?
Correct. Like I said, I went there, didn't want to go there, but I was told by Dr. Manamela, that this is an unusual situation and it's a mandate from MEC, my lady.
And who put you under duress to go to Waverley?
I would say my immediate supervisor, my lady.
That would be Dr. Manamela.
Yes, my lady.
How did she do it?
No, she said to us when we said, why should we go there? Because we've got the strategic plan that is stated that reduction should be done in phases until 2020. Why don't we wait?
Yes.
Yes. Then she said to us, this is an unusual situation. It's a mandate from MEC, my lady.
Doctor, I'm trying to find duress in those statements. Where is duress? Duress is pressure. From what you're saying,
for me.
Yes, Miss.
For me, I perceive
just a second. Just a second. Just a second. There is an objection. When there is an objection, you should not answer. Miss
Thank you. Sorry.
Maite.
My lady, it's Miss Maite.
What did I say?
You said Mr. Malady.
Oh,
thank you, my lady.
Maybe you are twins. I don't know. Okay, Miss Maite.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, just to in respect of this particular line of question, I have bid my time to try find out. Now that we've established that she is a better employee, and now that we've established that she was under duress, is there a causal link in respect of the reason why we are before the court? How is this information that has been elicited thus far going to assist the court, my lady? Where are we going with this?
Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you. Thank you. Here we are sitting with the deputy director, my lady, who's telling this court that she was forced to go to Waverley. And if then this court will have to have a nexus of all the chain of events, it will then mean that our client is put in a bad light where we need to probe this duress, which in our view seem to be perceived, but it doesn't exist. So the witness has been struggling to explain this duress to an extent that she was just going all over the show, my lady.
Let's not talk about her evidence. It is on record. Please answer the question.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you.
Where does it take us? That is what Miss Maite wants to know.
Thank you so much. Here we are dealing with a nexus towards causation.
Okay, in what way?
In the sense that the whole chain of events from the date of announcement of termination, from the date where employees were allocated responsibilities. If here we are sitting with a witness who's saying she was put under duress, if this court is to pronounce, in my view, let me just submit that
in your view,
if she was supposed to be held responsible, she's therefore distancing herself that she was there because of duress. She never wanted to participate in this, marathon termination of contract. So now we are duty bound, my lady, to dilute and discredit her that this notion of duress is just perceived. There's not such existence of duress. That is the
Miss Maite.
My lady, I think right there lies the problem. The fact that they want to elicit in order for purposes of discrediting her for the benefit of Mr. Sibara's clients, my lady, is an indication that it really isn't relevant towards the causality of what happened. Once they find out that there was no duress, does that in any way assist the court in determining whether user X passed away as a result of the duress? Unless he is going to link the fact that because you were under duress, you failed to do your job, then I don't understand where this line of questioning is going to. And as a result of failing to do your job, you caused the death of A, B, or C. I don't understand where this line of questioning is going to, my lady, and I persist with my objection.
Yes, Mr. Sibara. In my view, I don't get as to where this line of cross-examination is taking us.
My lady, I'm glad.
But the witness has answered. Can we move? Can we move, please?
Thank you. The witness can come back, my lady.
Thank you.
Doctor,
it's 5 to 4 now. I don't know if you may just don't start with a new.
Let me leave this topic. We'll start tomorrow, my lady. Thank you, my lady.
Are you done? Okay.
I'm done with that topic. It's not that very much long.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
I think it's 5 to 4. I think this is the opportune time to excuse the witness until tomorrow. She has been sitting the whole day. The witness is warned, and then we will resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Easy, my lady.
On a lighter